Chapter 1291. Has the news that I got 5 ones from the dice last night been spread? This person's swordsmanship is amazing. It's amazing indeed. There's a profound mystery in his sword. Incredible. Outside Golden Light City, the powerhouses who noticed Chunzong were all surprised. They were all Saint Realm powerhouses who had cultivated for countless years. Their life forms had once again transformed, and everything was different now. Their vision had also become very profound. Even so, they all felt that Chunzong's swordsmanship was amazing, and it was inevitable that they would be surprised. The city lord of true martial city nodded repeatedly, marveling in his heart. Chunzong was indeed extremely talented in swordsmanship, and it was extremely amazing. The heavy dragon sword coiled and blasted, and it carried copious and irresistible terrifying force as it directly blasted towards the illusory figure. When one's strength reached Chunzong's level, he could burst out amazing power and reach the level of a mid-level half-saint without using a saint-grade sword art. Resist. His whole body was blasted away in an instant. While his body trembled, his muscles and bones trembled, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. However, the opponent was only slightly injured. His body, which had been blasted away by the blast, borrowed the force of the blast to retreat in an instant. The pitch-black sword light arrived at an astonishing speed in an instant. The second sword strike. He was blasted away again, spitting out blood, and his muscles and bones went limp. The third sword strike arrived, and the pitch-black sword light stopped in front of him, as if it would smash his head into pieces. Hand over the golden light mark. Chunzong did not talk nonsense, and said very directly in a cold voice. This person had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He stared at Chunzong with great reluctance, but in the end, he could only sigh and hand over his golden light mark. There were 4 in total. It meant that this person had also attacked many people during this period. After obtaining these 4 golden light marks, Chunzong had a total of 8 golden light marks. This person's golden light mark was taken away, but he did not lose his qualification. He could still stay in Golden Light City and seize other golden light marks unless he was killed. As for how long the struggle for the golden light mark would last, no one knew. Ming Daozi did not announce it. After handing over the golden light mark, the young man took a deep look at Chunzong and then left in a flash. He was not willing to fight against such a terrifying monster. He was not a match for him at all. One had to know that he was already very cautious when he made his move. He had used his full strength, but the other party seemed to still have some strength left. The difference was too great. Hopefully, they would not meet again. Otherwise, the golden light mark that he obtained later might be snatched away by the other party and become a gift for others. Chunzong didn't know what the man was thinking. Of course, if they met again, Chunzong would definitely try to seize the golden light mark. This was an opportunity, a great opportunity, to enter the Tianyuan sacred realm. He could not decline. Time passed slowly, and there were people who were defeated and had their golden light imprints taken away. However, these people immediately moved to snatch the golden light imprints of others after recovering from their injuries. There are also people who were killed and vanished into thin air. In short, the further they went, the more intense the competition became. The situation was becoming clearer and clearer. There are 100 places. Small Saber King and Small Sword King should be able to get 1 each. Hong Fengling can also get a place. Outside the Golden Light City, there is a lot of discussion among the experts. Nearly 9,000 geniuses had entered the Golden Light City. Now, hundreds of people had died, and some of them had been winners. Naturally, those who had been winners had also obtained many golden light marks. They were all considered qualified to fight for the top 100 places. Basically, these people all had amazing strength. There are not many advanced half-saints. There are only a dozen. If there are no accidents, these dozen advanced half-saints can all get places. Indeed, more than a dozen high-level half-saints can get a spot. As for the remaining spots, one must be at least a middle-level half-saint to have a chance of getting one. The competition for the golden light mark might have some element of luck, but in the end, it still required strength. Only with enough strength could one get a place in the end. Otherwise, if one was not strong enough, no matter how lucky one was, there would be no chance. Unless one was extremely lucky. However, luck was even rarer than talent. It was almost like a legend. In the legends, those with heaven-defying luck had great luck. They could pick up treasures casually when they went out, and they could turn misfortune into luck when they encountered danger. It was simply incredible and could be called a miracle. Of course, this was just a legend. The experts thought that Small Saber King, Small Sword King, Hong Fengling, and the other geniuses had a chance to get a place because of their extraordinary strength. Although they were only at the limit of the transcendent realm, their strength was not weaker than a low-level half-saint. With other means and some luck, it was not impossible for them to get a place. Of course, having a chance didn't mean it was absolute. They still had to fight for it with all their strength. Compared to Nan Dao and Bei Zhongfeng, I'm more optimistic about Qinzhong. Indeed, no one expected a genius from the Sky Pillar Upper Region to be so amazing. He won the first place on the true martial battle steel. That's a qualification that can only be obtained by passing the true martial battle steel. Yes, for countless years, no genius from our true martial upper region has been able to pass the true martial battle steel. Although Qinzhong's cultivation is at the limit of the transcendent realm 9th layer, his strength is not inferior to a mid-level half-saint. Qinzhong has a great chance to get a place. His chances are even greater than Hong Fengling's. Hong Fengling was recognized as the #1 genius of the true martial upper region, but she was still inferior to Qinzhong, especially when Qinzhong came from the Sky Pillar upper region, which was recognized as the most mediocre of the 4 upper regions. This was somewhat difficult for the people of the true martial upper region to accept. However, facts were facts. Even if they didn't accept it, the facts wouldn't change. Mid-level half-saint. The city master of True Martial City smiled faintly when he heard this. However, he did not take it to heart. In his opinion, Qinzhong's strength was not at the level of an ordinary intermediate-level half-saint. In fact, he might even be a little stronger. In other words, as long as his luck wasn't bad, Qinzhong would definitely be able to get one of the 100 places. Then Manji Dang from the Eternal Ancient Upper Realm can also get a spot, another Saint Realm Master said. This time, not only were there geniuses from the Sky Pillar Upper Region, but there were also geniuses from the Eternal Upper Region. As for the geniuses from the Profound Returning Upper Region, they didn't come. After all, the distance between the Profound Returning Upper Region and the True Martial Upper Region was very far. Manji came from the Eternal Upper Region and was even more outstanding than Manba. However, a few months ago, Manji was still in the Eternal Upper Region and didn't participate in the True Martial Battle Steel Challenge. Manji's cultivation was at the low-level half-saint realm, but his strength was very strong. He was even stronger than an ordinary mid-level half-saint. Only a high-level half-saint could defeat him. From the beginning of the True Martial Battle until now, Manji had defeated more than 100 people. He had even killed more than a dozen people. Manji had also obtained more than 100 golden light marks. Manji's upper body was naked. Under his bronze skin, terrifying muscles bulged like dragons, and the aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. With just a slight movement, the air around him fluctuated endlessly, creating layers of ripples. The double gravity of the Golden Light City didn't affect him at all. This was the advantage of a body refiner. Therefore, Berserker G could do whatever he wanted here. With the environment here and his tyrannical strength, even a high-level half-saint wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. Strength was what they relied on, and it was the source of their confidence. He didn't hide his figure at all, nor did he hide his aura. Instead, he wantonly released his aura in all directions, filling up everything around him. His incomparably exuberant chi and blood were as blazing as the sun, spreading out in all directions. It was as if he was telling others that he, Manji, was here and that anyone could come and deal with him. Sure enough, someone came to find Manji. It was a mid-level half-saint. His tyrannical aura fluctuated as he suddenly appeared and slashed out with his saber. Boom! The blazing saber light seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to split the entire Golden Light City. But in fact, Golden Light City was a secret treasure and was extremely hard. It was difficult to even leave a mark on it, let alone split it. But it was undeniable that the saber was very powerful. Good, Manji roared. His voice exploded like thunder and swept up layers of sound waves. Then, Manji clenched his fist and punched out fiercely. The half-saint dragon power condensed with astonishing power and smashed the sky toward the blazing saber light. Boom! The saber light paused, and in the next moment, Manji's fist erupted with even more terrifying power. It instantly shattered the saber light and carried the remaining power towards the mid-level half-holy like a hot knife through butter. The mid-level half-saint was extremely powerful. Although he was a little surprised that the saber light was shattered, his reaction was very fast. He swung his saber. The saber light condensed like a line and slashed out, blocking the fist. It even cut the fist open and continued to attack Manji. Oh, you have some skills. Manji's eyes lit up. Body refiners had vigorous vitality and loved to fight. Manji was even more so. He was very famous in the eternal upper realm. When he was roaming the true martial upper realm, he had left behind a lot of reputation. He loved to fight and also liked to fight with experts to temper himself. The mid-level half-saint strength stimulated Manji's battle intent, and he immediately displayed his true strength. The fist just now was just a test. Now, this punch was a punch with his true strength. Boom! The saber light shattered, and the fist's power didn't weaken at all. It directly blasted out a hole in the void, causing the mid-level half-saint's expression to change greatly. 3 saber slash. With a roar, the mid-level half-saint suddenly exploded with all his strength and slashed out 3 times in a row. The 3 sabers continuously slashed down and followed the same trajectory toward the fist. Boom, boom, boom. The saber light shattered inch by inch, but the fist was only weakened and not destroyed. How can this be? The mid-level half-saint was shocked, but he could only put his saber in front of him a block. Chapter 1292. In the battle with Manji, the mid-order half-saint was defeated and his dozens of golden light marks were all taken away by Manji. Not enough. Manji chuckled mischievously. The strength of a mid-level, half-holy saint wasn't enough for him to use his full strength. 4 body refinement cultivators. Only when they used their full strength could they enjoy themselves. Otherwise, a battle of this level wouldn't even make his blood boil. You should have a lot of golden light marks on your body. Suddenly, a calm voice blew over like a breeze and fell into Manji's ears. Manji quickly turned around, his powerful body causing the air around him to fluctuate, as if a terrible storm had appeared. His eyes flashed a sharp light as he stared at Shenzong. Immediately, Manji sneered. Peak of the transcendent realm. I have 212 golden light marks here, but do you have the ability to take them? Shenzong hadn't completely concealed his aura, so it could be seen that Shenzong's cultivation hadn't reached the half-saint realm. Since he hadn't reached the half-saint realm and his aura was so pure and powerful, he must be at the peak of the transcendent realm. Perhaps the other party was a genius who could challenge those above his realm. But so what? Manji was also a genius who could challenge those above his realm. If he waited until his cultivation broke through to the mid-order half-saint realm, then ordinary high-order half-saints wouldn't be his opponents. Even now, it wasn't so easy for an ordinary high-level half-saint to defeat him. Now, a trivial peak, transcendent realm cultivator was eyeing his golden light marks. What a joke. Hand over your golden light marks and scram, Manji said without any trace of politeness. A trivial peak, transcendent realm cultivator. Even if he was a genius, Manji had no interest in fighting him. He, Manji, had always only fought against strong opponents. The weak weren't qualified. This Shenzong's luck is too bad. He actually encountered Manji outside Golden Light City. A peak Saint Realm Master frowned slightly and shook his head with a sigh. According to what they had said before, Shenzong had a high chance of getting one of the 100 places but now he had encountered Man Ji, so he was very unlucky. Perhaps Chunzong's strength could reach the level of an ordinary middle-level half-saint, or even a bit stronger, but Man Ji's strength was stronger. Unless one had the strength of a high-level half-saint, it was impossible to defeat barbaric Pole. The city lord of true martial city also frowned slightly. He didn't know the full extent of Chunzong's strength, so he couldn't help but worry. If Chunzong was defeated this time, it would be much more difficult for him to continue fighting for the Golden Light Mark. After all, if he were to be defeated, his momentum would be affected, and it would be disadvantageous to him in future battles. How foolish. You don't even know how to dodge when you see Man Ji. You even took the initiative to send yourself to him. There were also some Saint Realm Masters who didn't like Chunzong. After all, Chunzong wasn't from the true martial upper territory and had stolen their limelight. He's probably ranked first on the true martial battle tablet's overall list, so he thinks he's the strongest. Other Saint Realm Masters also mocked. In life, there would always be people who liked and people who didn't. No one could be perfect. Chunzong didn't care that these Saint Realm Masters didn't like him. He didn't even know. Of course, even if he knew, Chunzong would just ignore it. So what if they liked him? So what if they didn't like him? Would it affect him? No, none of it. Just now, when he saw Man Ji's strength, he was indeed quite strong. He was stronger than an ordinary middle-level half-saint, reaching between the middle-level half-saint and the high-level half-saint. He could be regarded as a high-level half-saint. Such strength naturally aroused Chunzong's interest. He planned to fight with him and defeat him to seize the Golden Light Mark. One reason was his fighting spirit, and the other was the Golden Light Mark. Man Ji liked to fight, and Chunzong also liked to fight with strong opponents. However, judging from the current situation, Man Ji looked down on Chunzong, thinking that Chunzong wasn't qualified to fight with him. Since that's the case, Chunzong's expression was calm. He casually raised his left hand and pointed his fingers forward like a sword. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light pierced through the air and charged towards Brute Extremity at an astonishing speed with a terrifying power. You actually dare to attack me. A sneer flashed across Man Ji's face, but in the next breath, his expression changed slightly because he felt that Chunzong's sword was extraordinary. It was powerful. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Man Ji punched out. When his fist collided with the sword finger, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, destroying everything. The shocking momentum was incomparably sharp, like a tsunami rolling out. The shockwave collided with both sides like a roaring hurricane, bombarding Chunzong and Man Ji. However, it couldn't shake them or make them take a step back. The two of them stood still as if they were rooted to the ground. They were like reefs in the sea, unable to be shaken even if thousands of waves crazily hit them for countless years. How is this possible? He actually fought Man Ji head-on. Outside Golden Light City, many Saint Realm experts, especially those who didn't like Chunzong, were shocked. It was just a probing attack. Man Ji hasn't shown his true strength yet. Some Saint Realm experts sneered. Indeed, the collision just now was just a probing attack, but Man Ji also felt that Chunzong wasn't weak. Perhaps he was qualified to fight with him. Only by taking this punch will you be qualified to make me use my full strength. Man Ji shouted and raised his fist. Half-step Saint Realm Dragon power surged out of his body and poured into his arm. Boom! Man Ji punched out. It was like a dragon soaring into the sky, releasing an astonishing momentum. It was as if the punch was going to shatter the void. Although it wasn't his full strength, the power of this punch was very tyrannical. It was enough to reach the level of an ordinary mid-step saint. Even mid-step half-step saint would have to face it head-on. Whether Chunzong was qualified to make Man Ji use his full strength or not depended on whether he could block this punch. If he couldn't or had a hard time blocking it, then Man Ji would force Chunzong to hand over the Golden Light Mark. The heavy dragon's sword vibrated and turned into a ray of black light that slashed down like a vacuum. From the moment the sword was drawn to the moment it slashed down, it was extremely fast. This sword strike fully displayed the astonishing weight of the heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms. The power of this strike directly surpassed that of an ordinary mid-step, half-step saint. The fist was shattered in an instant, and the terrifying power contained in the sword also exploded in an instant, charging and crushing. Manji's expression suddenly changed, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Fight! With a loud roar, Manji's body seemed to swell up in an instant. His muscles swelled up, and they were filled with an astonishing, explosive power. He spread his arms wide open and stretched his fingers forward. It was as if he wanted to crush the air and close it. The sword light shattered under Manji's hands in an instant. Good. You are qualified to make me use my full strength. Manji was very excited. He felt that the threat brought by Chunzong was stronger than the mid-step, half-step saint. What answered him was Chunzong's second strike. The pitch-black sword light was extremely majestic. The sword slashed through the air with an incomparably tyrannical force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Berserker Ji's body trembled, and he charged forward like a meteor. His presence was astonishing, and he was incredibly powerful. Boom! The void seemed to shatter, but it couldn't affect anything here. The interior of Golden Light City was too tough. Even a low-level Saint Rudiment Realm Master couldn't damage it, let alone people who hadn't reached the Saint Rudiment Realm. After Manji's head smashed the sword light, his arms swelled up, and an astonishing power exploded out. The terrifying half-step Holy Dragon power filled his fists, and he continuously punched out one punch after another. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Manji's punches burst out with astonishing power. Each punch seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. One punch after another. It seemed like he wanted to suppress Chunzong. The more he punched, the more excited Manji became. The aura around his body became stronger and stronger. His blood and chi circulated, causing his body to turn red and hot. Excited, Chunzong had no intention of retreating. With the heavy dragon sword in hand, he slashed out again and again. Each of his strikes burst out with astonishing power. He didn't fall behind at all when he clashed with Manji. How is this possible? How can Chunzong have such strength? Unbelievable. Outside Golden Light City, the Saint Rudiment Realm Masters were all dumbfounded. I didn't expect such a genius to appear in the trivial, true martial domain. Ming Daozi was even more shocked. Only a king-grade genius could have the strength of a mid-step, half-step saint at the Transcendent Realm. Even in the Tian Yuan Sacred Realm, there weren't many king-grade geniuses. However, this Transcendent Realm Junior was actually a king-grade genius. Moreover, he was probably not ordinary among king-grade geniuses. What a pity, Ming Daozi muttered in shock as a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Good. Manji became more and more excited. Punch, punch, punch. Punch, punch. Punch, punch. Punch, punch. He didn't think about how Chunzong could burst out with such tyrannical strength when he was just a transcendent realm cultivator. There was no need to think about it. He just needed to punch, fight, and fight to his heart's content. Chunzong was also very excited. This kind of reckless fighting style made his blood boil. In terms of body refinement, Manji was indeed much better than him. However, body refinement wasn't his only method, nor was it his strongest method. Slash! An extremely tyrannical sword slashed through the air. The sword light was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Under this sword strike, Manji's crazy offensive was immediately suppressed. Then, the force continued to push Manji back. He actually pushed me back. Manji's face was filled with shock. He found it unbelievable. Face-to-face combat was his forte. After all, he was a body refiner. His physique was extremely tyrannical, and he had focused on close combat for many years. However, even so, he couldn't defeat his opponent. Instead, he was pushed back by his opponent's sword strike. It was simply unbelievable. Excitement. Manji clenched his fists. The muscles on his arms bulged, and the veins bulged like pythons. He was so excited that they trembled slightly. Chapter 1293. Barbarian Elephant. The two words came out of Man G's mouth and resounded in all directions, causing the air to explode inch by inch. Waves of terrifying energy surged out and spread out. Spirit. Chunzong stared at Man G. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he carefully sized him up. He could feel the terrifying aura that contained traces of desolate aura gathering. His expression was serious and excited as he spat out the two words. Spirit. It was an ability that only body refiners had. Only those with profound attainments in body refinement could master it. Spirit was a general term. Different body refiners would master different kinds of spirit due to their different body refinement techniques. Man G's spirit was the barbarian elephant spirit. A long and resounding cry that seemed to come from ancient times resounded through the heavens and earth. A lifelike barbarian elephant appeared above Man G's body. It was incomparably strong and emitted shocking fluctuations. Barbarian elephant. A barbarian elephant from ancient times. It was a terrifying, desolate beast with extremely tyrannical power in ancient times. After activating the barbarian elephant's spirit, Man G's aura became even more terrifying. It directly pressed down on Chunzong, causing the air around him to completely freeze. A shocking pressure pressed down on him, bringing with it a boundless and desolate aura. It made Chunzong feel as if he was in ancient times. Spirit. This in itself had an astonishing suppressive power. At this moment, Man G could be considered to have used his full strength. Next, let's fight to our heart's content. With a loud roar, Man G's body was surrounded by a terrifying barbarian elephant spirit. His body flashed, and he once again charged at Chunzong. He threw out a punch, and the barbarian elephant spirit seemed to let out an incomparably resounding cry. The elephant's trunk suddenly curled and bounced as if it had fused with the punch, causing the power of the punch to increase dramatically. The barbarian elephant's fighting style was relatively simple, and its attacking methods were also relatively simple. Its trunk was one of them, and its long tusks and thick limbs were also one of them. The power released by the barbarian elephant's trunk fused with the barbarian elephant's punch was extremely terrifying, causing Chunzong's expression to become serious. With such strength, he had no choice but to erupt with his full strength. This was a good opponent. Since that was the case, then he would defeat him. However, Chunzong did not take out the mountain beheading sword. After all, if he used the mountain beheading sword, he would become even more powerful. As for the Nirvana evil sword on his back, Chunzong did not want to use it. Now, it was time to see if Man G had the ability to force him to use the mountain beheading sword. Facing Man G's powerful punch, Chunzong didn't plan a dodge. Instead, he slashed out with his sword, which was a stupid move in many people's eyes. After all, Barbaric Pole was best at fighting head-on. Although Chunzong was also powerful, he should not be comparable to a body refiner like Barbaric Pole, who had activated his spirit. Indeed, in terms of body refinement strength, Chunzong could not compare to Man G. However, the super spiritual energy cultivated by the 7th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was also very majestic and domineering. As a result, Chunzong's strength was also very tyrannical. Boom! As the storm raged, Man G's arm trembled. His tyrannical punch was actually blocked by Chunzong's sword and was even pushed back. The power of Chunzong's sword was even more terrifying now that he had unleashed his full power. He's actually this strong. Man G was extremely shocked. He had used 100% of his strength and activated his barbarian elephant spirit, but he was actually pushed back in a head-on collision. Unbelievable. There were also many people who felt that it was unbelievable. They were all dumbfounded. Barbarian elephant mountain smash. With an earth-shattering roar, the barbarian elephant spirit became even more tyrannical. It raised its trunk and let out a long cry, as if it had merged into Man G's body. Man G also seemed to have turned into a huge barbarian elephant and instantly charged forward. A single collision from the desolate ancient statue of Barbarian could shatter a mountain. Of course, It was impossible for Man Ji to smash a mountain into pieces. However, the power of this collision was extremely terrifying. The air was directly compressed and exploded. An astonishing pressure bombarded Chun Zong's body, making Chun Zong feel small. It was as if he was an ant in front of this attack, unable to dodge. In the next breath, his body would be smashed into pieces. Lower sacred level martial art. Chun Zong's eyes flashed. He raised his heavy dragon sword, and a pitch-black sword light spread out in all directions. Then he slashed down. 10 blades, cutting extremity. In terms of power, 10 blades cutting extremity was the weakest among the lower sacred level martial arts. In other words, the sword light of 10 blades cutting extremity was not strong enough. Therefore, Chun Zong called this attack 10 blades combo. 10 sword lights slashed down in an instant. The first sword light shattered when it came into contact with Man Ji's body. The second sword light shattered. The third sword light shattered. The fourth sword light shattered. The fifth sword light shattered as well. The sixth sword light stopped Man Ji's forward momentum. The seventh sword light caused Man Ji to completely stop. The eighth sword light caused Man Ji's aura to sway, as if it was about to shatter. His whole body couldn't help but lean back. The ninth sword light slashed down. Man Ji couldn't help but take a small step back. The 10th sword light, which was also the last sword light, slashed down. Man Ji couldn't help but take a few steps back. Every step was extremely heavy, as if he was going to crush the ground. However, the hard ground wasn't damaged at all. After taking a few steps back, Man Ji's powerful chi and blood kept fluctuating. His face was filled with shock. He was actually forced back again. Elephant possession. The secret technique exploded. The elephant's aura instantly spread out and completely merged with Man Ji's body. It caused Man Ji's aura to increase by several times, and his strength to increase greatly. Soon after, Man Ji's arms were covered with a layer of strange scales. They looked like simple and ancient skin. They were a pair of arm guards, which were also a middle sacred level weapon. At this moment, Man Ji could be considered to have used his full battle strength and exploded with his strongest power. Elephant smashing mountain. It was the same move, but the difference in power was many times greater. The void seemed to shatter under this attack. The terrifying pressure caused Chun Zong's expression to become extremely serious. Very strong. This kind of strength had reached the threshold of an ordinary high-level half-saint. Of course, even an ordinary high-level half-saint would have a secret technique and high-level weapon. Once released, their strength would be even greater. Facing this attack, Chun Zong still didn't take out the mountain beheading sword. He still didn't use his secret technique, nor did he use his hard domain, because he didn't need to. It wasn't to that extent yet. 10 blades extreme slash. Dual blades returned to 1. In an instant, 5 sword lights slashed down like a fan opening and closing. The power of each sword light multiplied. The first sword light shattered again, followed by the second. When the third sword light shattered, it also stopped Man Ji's charge. The fourth sword light began to shake Man Ji's body. The fifth sword light slashed down, and Man Ji was forced back again. The same collision, the same result. Chun Zong had already seen that Man Ji had used his full strength, so he didn't want to let him continue. Taking advantage of Man Ji's retreat, Chun Zong took a step forward. His body rose and fell slightly, as if he had turned into a sword light that swept through the air. 10 shadows, 10 blades kill. 10 shadows flashed around Man Ji's body. The power of each strike was astonishing. Man Ji's expression changed greatly. He immediately waved his arms to protect his body, but he was still constantly slashed. Strands of blood spurted out. 10 sword wounds appeared on Man Ji's body. A pitch-black sword light also stopped at Man Ji's neck. It was heavy, powerful, sharp, and domineering. Man Ji's face was filled with disbelief. He had actually lost. Before the battle, Man Ji thought that Chun Zong wasn't his match. When the battle began, he thought that Chun Zong could contend with him. When the battle became intense, He thought that Zong was qualified to make him use his full strength. He didn't expect that he would lose in the end. Outside Golden Light City, the experts were all shocked. Even a true Martial City Lord was the same. King-level genius. He's definitely a king-level genius, and one of the more outstanding ones. Ming Daozi became more and more certain. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Hand over the golden light marks, Zong said to Manji and took back his heavy dragon sword. Manji was a proud person. Since he was defeated, he would hand over the golden light marks. Although he was unhappy, he wouldn't refuse. He had a total of 223 golden light marks, which was a lot more than Zong had. With more than 200 golden light marks, Zong had more than 300 golden light marks. This number was enough for him to enter the top 100. After all, there were nearly 9,000 golden light marks. If the top 100 were chosen, then on average, each person should have around 90 golden light marks. He had around 300, which might not be the most, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 100. However, to be safe, he still needed to get more golden light marks. 500. Zong set a goal for himself. With 500 golden light marks, he could definitely enter the top 100. Of course, this didn't mean that Zong would give up after getting 500 golden light marks. If he had the chance, he would definitely get more golden light marks. After all, no one knew if getting more golden light marks would be beneficial. Manji took a deep look at Zong, then turned and left. Although he had lost, he still had a chance to snatch other people's golden light marks. No matter what, he had to get a chance to enter Tianyuan's sacred region. No one knew when the true martial battle would end. Therefore, the more time passed, the more intense the competition would be. Either the losers would try to snatch more golden light marks, or the losers would try to snatch more golden light marks. Now, whether they liked Zong or didn't like Zong, they all had to admit that Zong could definitely enter the top 100 and enter Tianyuan's sacred region. With Zong's talent, if he enters Tianyuan's sacred region and enters a sect, he will definitely soar to the sky with better training. I really don't know how far Zong will go in the future. The discussions of the powerhouses sounded out unceasingly and entered Ming Daozi's ears one after another. Ming Daozi's expression did not change, a calm and collected appearance on his face, the bearing of an expert, but he was sneering endlessly in his heart. Boundless future? Indeed. If he entered Tianyuan's sacred region and entered a sect with such talent, he would definitely have a bright future. But now, Ming Daozi's mind was spinning. He was also thinking about when to end the true martial battle. Chapter 1294. I've already obtained 560 golden light marks, but it's not enough. My goal is 1,000, at least 1,000 golden light marks. A young man in black armor rushed down the street with his hands behind his back. His spiritual sense spread out, grasping everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Although the number of golden light marks he had now was enough for him to enter the top 100, more golden light marks might allow him to rank even higher. Although there was no mention of ranking, if he obtained more golden light marks, he might be valued more by Senior Ming Daozi. Many cultivators knew very well that being valued by a venerable one would bring great benefits. It meant more opportunities for them. Not only did this person think so, but others also had the same idea. With such an idea, the competition would naturally become more intense. After a while, Manji defeated many powerful opponents and obtained many golden light marks, which should be enough for him to enter the top 100. But this time, Manji learned his lesson. Although he was belligerent, he knew his own strength, so he didn't look for trouble with those powerful high-level half-saints. Instead, he ran away as soon as he saw them. No matter what, he had to enter the top 100 and enter Tianyuan Sacred Realm first. Only by entering Tianyuan's Sacred Realm could he fight better. This wasn't fear, but instead, he withdrew his fist to store up strength for a better attack. 700 golden light marks. Zong glanced at the back of his left hand and smiled. This number had already exceeded his original target. This is getting interesting. Zong is in trouble. Outside Golden Light City, a group of Saint Rel masters were surprised. At both ends of the long street, two figures appeared. It wasn't deliberate, but unintentional. Two figures appeared unintentionally, facing each other 10 kilometers apart. One was Chunzong, and the other was a young man in black armor. Both of them exuded an astonishing chill, as if darkness had descended, causing the surrounding air to darken. This was a high-level half-saint expert. You are Chunzong, the number 1 on the Zhenwu battle tablet, right? Come on, let me see what you are capable of. The black-armored young man smiled evilly, and the dark aura around him became more and more intense. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man sped up and turned into a black stream of light, traversing thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. He descended with a shocking, like the descent of darkness. Chunzong felt that the golden light around him had dimmed. It was as if darkness had descended and enveloped him. The power of a high-level half-saint was displayed at this moment. Chunzong was on high alert. At the same time, a trace of excitement emerged from the depths of his heart. A high-level half-step saint. Apart from the high-level half-holy void devil he'd fought in the Ice Emperor's palace in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Chunzong hadn't fought any other high-level half-holy void devil. At that time, the high-level half-holy void devil hadn't been at its peak. Chunzong's figure flashed. Not only did he have no intention of retreating, he even charged forward, closing in on his opponent. Oh, you dare to take the initiative to approach me. I don't know how strong you are, but you have guts. The black-armored young man was slightly surprised, but then he smiled coldly. So what if you have guts? If you don't have enough strength, your guts are nothing but an illusion. It's tantamount to seeking death. The first place on the true martial battle tablets overall ranking represented potential, not strength. Then, let me wake you up. A ferocious look flashed across the black-armored young man's eyes. The 5 fingers of his left hand behind his back were suffused with a layer of black light. The black light was dark and deep, as if the night had descended. In an instant, it streaked across the sky and turned into a pitch-black sharp blade. As soon as the black-armored young man attacked, the pitch-black sharp blade broke through the air and arrived in front of him like a short sword. Chunzong only felt that the light dimmed, and then the black short sword was already in front of him. It was too fast. The black-armored young man deserved to be called a high-level half-saint. His first attack was so extraordinary, which surprised Chunzong. However, Chunzong's reaction was also extremely fast. The heavy dragon sword turned into a black light and shot out, bursting out an astonishing and vigorous power. Chop! Under the sword, the black sharp blade was broken, and the heavy dragon sword was also bounced up. Chunzong could feel a terrible power attacking him through the sword. He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, bursting out an astonishing power, as if he could crush a mountain. He directly crushed the attacking power. Chop! The pitch-black sword light broke through the air like a crescent moon, as if it could split the golden street. The terrible sword pressure immediately made the black-armored young man's face freeze. You have some skills. You deserve my strength. With a low groan, his hands turned into sharp claws, like the claws of a demon, and tore through the air with darkness. In an instant, he caught the crescent moon-like sword chi and twisted it abruptly. A strange sound was heard, and the crescent moon-like pitch-black sword light was suddenly broken. This move showed that the strength of a high-level half-saint was extraordinary. The more extraordinary it was, the more excited Chunzong was. It was time to test his strength. Chunzong leaped up and slashed the air with his sword. The terrible weight of 98,000 kilograms was urged to the extreme. Together with Chunzong's great strength, it burst out an even more astonishing power. When the sword fell, it was like a pitch-black sword mountain was pressing down from the sky. The sword pressure was so amazing that it seemed to break the ground below. The high-level half-saint young man's face was extremely solemn. With an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, the pitch-black sharp claws appeared on his hands, and he clawed out again. In an instant, thousands of claw shadows tore through the void and tore the pitch-black majestic sword light to pieces. The claw shadows covered the sky like rolling dark clouds, spreading out and covering Chunzong's body. Under the claw shadows, each claw burst out with an astonishing sharpness, tearing through everything. In an instant, Chunzong was swallowed up by the pitch-black claw shadows. However, the Saint Realm Master's eyesight was extraordinary. They saw through the layers of claw shadows and saw Chunzong. It seemed that Chunzong was swallowed up, but in fact he was not. With the sword in his hand, the sword circle was unbreakable. He swung the heavy dragon sword as if it was weightless, and it was as fast as lightning, completely blocking the thousands of claw shadows. In terms of absolute strength, Chunzong was not weaker than a high-level half-saint. The super-spiritual energy cultivated by the seventh stage of the Great Abyss Cloud Searing Art was indeed amazing. Coupled with the physical strength brought by Chunzong's extraordinary body refining cultivation, the combination of these two was terrifying. The claw shadows collapsed, and Chunzong was intact. The black-armored young man narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. Black Claw, with a low shout, he attacked again. The claw shadows swept across the sky and multiplied into thousands of claw shadows. It seemed to be the same as before, but the mystery contained in this attack was even more profound. Chunzong was once again engulfed by the thousands of pitch-black claw shadows. However, this time, the thousands of claw shadows did not attack. Instead, they circled around Chunzong like venomous snakes, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, a pitch-black claw with a shocking luster pierced through the layers of claw shadows, descending with an extremely terrifying aura of darkness. The claw silently tore through the sky and shot towards Chunzong with an extremely terrifying might. Chunzong's face suddenly changed. Although this attack was also a Saint-grade low-rank martial art, its power was even more terrifying than Manji's Saint-grade low-rank martial art. The same Saint-grade low-rank martial art displayed by a low-rank half-saint and a high-rank half-saint had a clear difference in power. After all, Saint-grade martial arts were suitable for Saint Rudiment Realm Masters. Only a real Saint Rudiment Realm Master could fully tap into the potential of a Saint-grade martial art and fully release its power. However, a half-saint grade martial art could only display part of its power because its realm was not high enough. 10 Blades Cutting Extremity. 10 Blades Combo Kill. The pitch-black sword light shattered one by one. When the 10th sword light shattered, it also shattered the claw. 10 Blades Cutting Extremity. Double blades become one. Chunzong immediately performed the second move. 5 more powerful sword lights broke through the sky. This was a strong opponent, and he needed to use all his strength to fight. Black Claw. It was the same claw, but its power was directly doubled. The claw shadows and sword lights shattered again, but this high-rank half-saint claw had already reached Chunzong's chest. In the next breath, it would pierce through Chunzong's chest and crush his heart. At this critical moment, Chunzong flew back and activated his secret method without hesitation. Heavenly Crystal Battle Body. This secret method was at the entry level. A 7th grade secret method was very high level and had an effect on Saint Rudiment Realm Masters. It was very difficult to improve it. Even if Chunzong had amazing comprehension, he still needed time to cultivate it. It was not that he could cultivate it to the corresponding level as soon as he comprehended its mysteries. Once the entry-level Heavenly Crystal Battle Body was displayed, it was enough to increase Chunzong's strength by several times. He slashed down with his sword and directly split the claw. A terrible power attacked and blasted out like a landslide. The young man's face suddenly changed. He also activated his secret method in an instant without hesitation. As a high-rank half-saint, he had cultivated for much longer than Chunzong. Now that he had activated his secret method, it was a 6th grade secret method at the grand completion level. His strength had increased significantly. Black Demon Claw. When the claw struck out, an amazing evil spirit condensed in it. It was terrifying, as if it could slaughter all living things. It was even more terrible than the previous Black Demon Claw. It directly attacked the mind. However, Chunzong's mind was very tenacious. This kind of attack had no effect on Chunzong at all. He resisted it completely. However, the power of the claw was really amazing. The heavy dragon sword returned to its scabbard in an instant, and the mountain beheading sword appeared in his hand. The mountain beheading sword was much heavier than the heavy dragon sword. It was more than 100,000 kilograms. It contained the powerful strength of a mid-rank half-saint. Now that he had the sword in hand, Chunzong's attack power had also increased greatly. Boom! The mountain beheading sword slashed down. The terrible sword light seemed to split the sky and the earth. The young man's face suddenly changed. He never expected that this person could still burst out with such terrible strength. It was too tyrannical. Black Heaven Claw. The third move was displayed. This move was even more terrible than the previous Black Demon Claw. It was several times more powerful than the previous one. It should be known that when one's strength reached this level, a few percent increase was very shocking. As soon as the Black Heaven Claw was unleashed, an overwhelming darkness descended. An incomparably huge black claw suffused with an astonishing luster grabbed out from the void. It was as if the claw of a demon god in the void was capable of crushing everything. It was as light and mysterious as the moon in the water. Chapter 1295. The dark sky fell, and the darkness was endless. A giant claw like a demon god tore out of the void and grabbed at Chunzong with unparalleled power. Chunzong felt his body tighten, as if he was pressed by a primordial demon mountain and could not move for a while. This blow was the black-armored young man's full blow at the high half-saint level, and also his strongest blow. Under this blow, the young man looked cold and solemn. His eyes shone with dark flowing light, and his black hair seemed to be dancing in the wind. He was like a demon god. The strongest blow, the most terrible blow, gave full play to his strength at the high half-saint level. Chunzong knew that this person was not weak among the high half-saints. Heart realm, he shouted in his heart. Suddenly, the power of his mind was stimulated and spread out in a strange way. It filled the surroundings and completely covered a radius of 4 meters with him as the center. Everything within the radius of 4 meters became clear, incomparably clear, and even the dust particles in the air became clearly visible. As soon as the heart realm appeared, the terrible claw, like a demon god's terrifying coercion, was immediately eliminated by Chunzong. Such a strong strength. It's just right. Let me try my comprehension in the sword bamboo garden for 76 days. Chunzong's eyes were extremely bright. His pupils seemed to turn into 2 extremely sharp sword lights, and an amazing sharpness bloomed. His aura rippled like water. Suddenly, one after another, illusory images of sword bamboos appeared in the surroundings. They looked like sword shadows permeating the air. There were a total of 99 of them surrounding Chunzong, with Chunzong as the center. An astonishing sharpness suddenly spread out from the 99 bamboo-like sword shadows, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. Outside the Golden Light City, a group of experts stared with their eyes wide open. They only felt that the move Chunzong used was somewhat unusual. Sword Shadow Kill. With a low shout, Chunzong's figure directly burst out at an amazing speed and flew forward. The 99 sword shadows also moved and rotated at an amazing speed, bursting with amazing power to temporarily resist the demon god's claw and buy time for Chunzong. One slash. The mountain beheading sword disappeared and turned into a majestic sword shadow. The sword shadow was as heavy as an ancient mountain, and it emitted a terrifying aura as it descended. However, it also felt as light as a bamboo leaf and had an indescribable toughness. The black-armored young man's expression suddenly changed. He quickly waved his claw, and the devil-like Black Heaven Claw instantly shrank. It appeared in front of him again as if it had penetrated the void and grabbed at Chunzong. The black-armored young man's complexion turned slightly pale after using this move. It was obvious that this method had put a heavy burden on him. A terrifying sharp aura emanated from every sword shadow as they charged forward, causing the pale face of the black-armored young man to become increasingly grave and shocked. At this moment, he felt as if he was being cut by many sword chi. Shadow kill. 99 sword shadows and a solid sword light pierced through the air. Collision. First, the world descended without a sound. Then an extremely sharp sound tore through heaven and earth, bursting out from the center of the two people, wildly wreaking havoc in all directions. Astonishing sword chi burst out, as if it was going to tear everything apart. In the midst of the shocking aura, the two figures approached each other and engaged in a fierce close-range battle. With sharp claws in hand, every claw seemed to tear through heaven and earth. The claw shadows flashed with sharp cold light and attacked from all directions, as if they were going to tear Chunzong into countless pieces. However, the 99 sword shadows were able to completely block and counterattack every single claw attack. With the mountain beheading sword in hand, he slashed out with astonishing power. This move was comprehended by Chunzong after he had been enhanced by the true martial light and entered an epiphany in the bamboo sword garden by chance. After half a month of continuous swordsmanship cultivation, he continued to improve himself. Then, one day, he extracted and combined all the accumulated swordsmanship he had accumulated in the past. Chunzong named this move Shadow Kill. This move was called a sword move, but it was not exactly a sword move. It was called a secret technique, but it was not exactly a secret technique. All in all, it was very strange. Even the person who created it, Chunzong, did not know what it was. However, this move was not simple. It was amazing and mysterious. It was even more powerful than the current 10 blades cutting extremity. But speaking of which, Chunzong was able to comprehend and create this move because of the 10 blades extreme beheading and the 10 shadows and 10 illusions movement technique. Among them, there were some mysteries of the 10 blades extreme beheading and the 10 shadows and 10 illusions movement technique. The claw shadows were shattered, and the darkness was destroyed. The powerful Black Heaven Claw was no match for Chunzong's Shadow Kill. It was constantly attacked, and its power was weakened little by little. Although the power of each attack was not weakened by much, it was faster and more frequent. The power of the Black Heaven Claw decreased at an alarming rate. The mountain beheading sword slashed down like a sword mountain, crushing the Black Heaven Claw. Oh no! Realizing that things were not going well, the high-level half-saint did not hesitate. He immediately burst out with an amazing speed, ignoring the burden on his body from the half-saint power. At the same time, he waved his claws, forming a wall of claw shadows in front of him. The claw shadows only blocked for a moment and were immediately broken. However, this moment was enough for the opponent to burst out with the fastest speed possible and pull away from Chunzong. The black-armored young man looked deeply at Chunzong, then fled without looking back. His speed was amazing. It was obvious that he had used some kind of method to increase his speed. Don't even think about escaping, Chunzong said to himself. He took a step forward, and his body tore through the sky like a flying sword. It was as fast and sharp as the sword light that could tear the world apart. It pierced through with incomparable sharpness, like a flying star chasing after the moon. The mountain beheading sword, which weighed more than 100,000 kilograms, was as light as a feather at this moment. The black-armored young man's expression changed greatly. He was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Chunzong could burst out with such an amazing speed in an instant. The sword broke through the air and attacked. The sword had not yet arrived, but the terrifying sword pressure made him feel as if it was going to pierce through his back. Explode! The black-armored young man suddenly raised his fist and fiercely pounded his chest. He spat out a mouthful of hot blood. The moment he spat out the blood, a black light filled the air. A wind blew under his feet, and his speed suddenly increased by 30%. Chunzong's sword was originally going to hit his back and pierce through him. However, because his opponent's speed had increased by 30%, the distance between them was suddenly pulled apart. With a whoosh, the distance between him and his opponent had increased to several thousand meters in an instant, and it was rapidly increasing. Obviously, this time he had not used a simple method. He had used a method that could harm himself. Chunzong's flying sword technique was indeed faster, but it could only be used for a short period of time and distance. Obviously, he could not catch up with his opponent. However, Chunzong could use his movement skill to follow closely. After all, his opponent must have been seriously injured after using such a method. Chunzong would be able to catch up with him after a while. At that time, he would be able to plunder his opponent's golden light mark. They were more than 10,000 meters apart, and the distance between them was constantly increasing. However, Chunzong was still chasing after him like a shadow. Damn it, why hasn't he stopped? The black-armored young man's face was as pale as a ghost, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. His self-harming secret technique could indeed increase his speed by a lot, but it could not be maintained for too long. Now its duration was almost up. At most, he would be able to hold on for half an hour. According to the current situation, his opponent would continue to chase after him. Once the duration of his secret technique was up, the aftereffects would appear. He would become weak and powerless for a period of time. At that time, it would be difficult for him to defeat even a low-level half-saint, let alone a terrifying opponent with the strength of a high-level half-saint. Chase, chase, chase. Outside Golden Light City, all the Saint Realm Masters were dumbfounded. Chunzong had once again refreshed their understanding. Originally, they thought that Chunzong had potential but was not strong enough to be Manji's opponent. In the end, Chunzong defeated Manji with his own strength and seized his golden light mark. This time, when they saw Chunzong meet a high-level half-saint, they thought that Chunzong would be defeated. Unexpectedly, not only did Chunzong not suffer any setbacks, but he was also able to compete with the high-level half-saint head-on. In the end, he even defeated the high-level half-saint, forcing him to use his secret technique to flee in panic while Chunzong chased after him. Shouldn't the situation be reversed? Almost everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't expect little friend Chunzong to have such strength. The true Martial City Lord was also shocked. He's only at the limit of the Transcendent Realm, but he already has such strength. If he grows up, how terrifying will he be? Ming Dao Zi's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Chunzong. His eyes flashed with appreciation, regret, and cruelty. He seemed to be thinking about something very complicated. This boy's talent has completely surpassed most king grades. Ming Dao Zi roared in his heart. King grade geniuses were already rare, but those who surpassed the king grade were emperor grade geniuses. In the entire Tian Yuan sacred realm, emperor grade geniuses were extremely rare. Unexpectedly, there was one outside of Tian Yuan sacred realm. Half a quarter of an hour passed quickly. The black-armored young man trembled and let out a muffled groan. His speed suddenly dropped a lot, and Chunzong chased him all the way. The distance between them began to shrink rapidly. Damn it, he's catching up. The black-armored young man was furious. He didn't want to lose his golden light mark. Once he lost his golden light mark, it would be difficult for him to seize anything else in his current situation. He might even miss the opportunity to enter Tian Yuan's sacred realm. Wait, I'm willing to pay another price to keep my golden light mark. The black-armored young man immediately shouted before Chunzong completely closed in. What price? Chunzong asked. Time's up. At this moment, Ming Daozi's voice rang out and reverberated throughout Golden Light City. The battle of the true martial realm is over. The 100 people with the most golden light markings will receive a place and follow me to Tianyuan Sacred Region. Chunzong was stunned. The black-armored young man smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 1296. The True Martial Showdown, which had spread throughout the entire True Martial Upper Province and even the surrounding upper provinces, came to an end. Everyone's golden light marks were tallied. Chunzong had 700 golden light marks and was firmly in the top 100. In the end, he even managed to rank within the top 30. In addition, the Small Saber King, Small Sword King, Hong Fengling, and the rest of the geniuses had decent strength and luck and were also ranked within the top 100. Although their rankings weren't considered high based on the number of golden light imprints, they were still ranked within the top 100 no matter what, and obtained a spot. Manji lost to Chunzong's sword and lost all his golden light marks. However, he managed to snatch other people's golden light marks and was also in the top 100. 100 people, each of them exuding an astonishing aura of fluctuation, surging endlessly like tidal waves. Their eyes were filled with passion as they stared at the figure in the sky. It was Ming Daozi. Whether they could enter Tian Yuan's sacred region or not depended on Ming Daozi. Congratulations on entering the top 100. Ming Daozi looked down at the crowd with a smile on his old face. Now, follow me and leave. So fast. The true martial upper province's powerhouses were stunned. It was too fast. After all, the true martial showdown had just ended. There was no time to rest at all. Fast. If you still want to stay, then stay. This old man won't wait. Ming Daozi snorted coldly. He did not give them any face, causing them to frown. In the end, they could only compromise. After all, it was difficult to enter Tian Yuan's sacred region. Without a Tian Yuan sacred region's powerhouse leading the way, it was almost impossible to enter. After compromising, Ming Daozi waved his hand and swept the 100 geniuses into his spatial artifact, Golden Light City. Immediately after, Golden Light City shrunk rapidly and flew into Ming Daozi's palm. Ming Daozi took Golden Light City with him and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the eyes of the powerhouses. Ming Daozi was a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage from Tian Yuan sacred region. His techniques were extraordinary and his speed was astonishing. Only a few people in the entire true martial upper province could compare to him. Ming Daozi unleashed his speed and streaked across the sky like an aurora. He quickly headed in the direction of the Tian Yuan sacred region. The geniuses who were sucked into Golden Light City stayed in the city. They couldn't see or feel anything in the outside world. They didn't even know if they were moving. However, since he wanted to recruit a group of disciples for his sect, he probably wouldn't stay in the true martial upper realm for long. Even if he did, it would only be for a short period of time. Since that was the case, he would just ignore it for now and focus on his cultivation. The 100 geniuses each chose a pavilion to stay in and began to cultivate. The duration of the true martial light was still there, and its effect was still there. With his comprehension ability doubled, Chunzong's comprehension became smoother and more efficient. This period of time could be considered very useful to him. Every one of them was trying their best to comprehend and cultivate. They were trying their best to improve themselves. After all, Tianyuan's sacred region was a more advanced place for cultivation. There were definitely more geniuses there. Perhaps they were the top geniuses in the Junwu upper region, but no one knew what would happen after they entered the Tianyuan sacred region. Therefore, they would try their best to improve themselves. Time passed slowly, but it was difficult to feel in Golden Light City. An intense aura surged endlessly. Rumbling sounds rang out, attracting Chunzong's attention. His figure flashed, and he looked outside through the window. There were people fighting. Comprehension and fighting were the main themes now. To reach Tianyuan's sacred region from the true martial upper region, one had to leave the true martial upper region first. After crossing the eternal upper region, one had to pass through an endless barren field. The desolate wilderness was even more vast than the sinking ice sea. Moreover, it also contained great danger. The desolate wilderness was called the Deathly Silent Wilderness. The Silent Wasteland was a very strange name. Chunzong had learned before that there were two stages to reaching the edge of Tianyuan sacred region from the true martial upper region. The first stage was to leave the true martial upper region and pass through the eternal upper region. The second stage was the Silent Wasteland. The first stage was simple and did not take long. However, the second stage, the Silent Wasteland, would take a peak Saint Rudiment stage expert several months to pass through. That was under the condition that they did not encounter any danger. If they encountered any danger, the time would be delayed. Therefore, it was hard to say whether it would take a few months, a year, or even a few years to reach Tianyuan's sacred region from the true martial upper region. Even if it was a few months, it was still a period of time. During this period, everyone would try their best to improve themselves. While comprehending, they would also need to verify their comprehensions with opponents to improve. Naturally, there would be battles. Chunzong, fight me. At this moment, someone called out Chunzong's name. Chunzong looked down and saw a figure with long red hair fluttering in the wind. Her facial features were very three-dimensional, and they were also very exquisite. There was a strange sense of beauty, and there was also a kind of natural noble aura. Her exquisite armor was very tight, and it perfectly set off the curves of her tall and slender body. The lines on the armor seemed simple, but they were actually very mysterious. They outlined a vivid and lifelike pattern of a flaming phoenix, as if it was about to spread its wings and fly into the sky. Hong Fengling. She was recognized as the #1 genius among the younger generation in the true martial upper region. As the #1 genius, she naturally had her pride. However, Chunzong, a genius from the Sky Pillar upper region, had overshadowed her. This made Hong Fengling very unhappy. She had planned to fight Chunzong before, but she encountered the true martial ultimate battle. Compared to the battle with Chunzong, the true martial ultimate battle was undoubtedly more important and worthy of her attention. Now, Hong Fengling had entered the top 100 in the true martial ultimate battle and was on her way to the Tianyuan sacred region. She knew that Chunzong was also among the top 100. Since that was the case, then the battle with Chunzong had to be carried out. Hong Fengling didn't know about Chunzong's achievements in the true martial ultimate battle. She didn't know that Chunzong had defeated Manji, who was a mid-level half-saint and a high-level half-saint. If she knew, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to fight with Chunzong. Hong Fengling, Chunzong muttered to himself. He flashed and appeared outside the pavilion, facing Hong Fengling. It had to be said that Hong Fengling was not only talented, but she was also extremely beautiful. Usually, female cultivators who were talented and beautiful were more popular. Hong Fengling had countless admirers in the true martial upper region. Hong Fengling's eyes shone brightly like a raging fire. It was as if she could ignite everything within her sight. An astonishing heat filled the air. "You're no match for me," Chunzong said unhurriedly. Chunzong was telling the truth, but Hong Fengling felt that he was too arrogant. "Is that so? Then let's see how strong you are." The first on the true martial battle tablet. Hong Fengling snorted, but her fighting spirit was soaring. "Then you can fight," Chunzong said unhurriedly. Hong Fengling was indeed a genius, even better than a monarch-level genius. She might even be close to a king-level genius. Her strength was also extraordinary. But so what? Potential was potential, and strength was strength. These were two different concepts. Potential meant that one could become more powerful in the future. But strength was strength. It was strength that one already possessed. Moreover, Hong Fengling's potential and strength were not as good as his. Chunzong had already given her face by letting her fight once. Hong Fengling's fighting spirit soared. Her eyes were blazing, and traces of fire rose from her body. Immediately, a sharp and sonorous chirp resounded in all directions. This chirp carried a noble aura. The rising fire burned on Hong Fengling's body. Finally, it evolved into an illusory image of a flaming phoenix. It spread its wings, and flames spread all over the sky like flowing light, sweeping in all directions. Heavenly Phoenix, raging fire strike. As Hong Fengling's voice resounded in all directions, the illusory image of the flaming phoenix on her body suddenly flapped its wings and directly soared into the sky. After reaching dozens of meters in the air, an overwhelming aura surged in all directions. This aura was so strong that even a mid-level half-saint could not ignore it. This was Hong Fengling's strongest attack. She wanted to challenge Chunzong. Naturally, she would not underestimate Chunzong. Thus, she attacked with all her strength. The illusory image of the flaming phoenix, which was dozens of meters in size, suddenly swooped down like a meteorite with amazing power. Terrible flames rose against the current and burned fiercely, as if burning all around to ashes. The moment the flaming phoenix approached Chunzong, it suddenly pecked and concentrated all its strength on its sharp beak. This attack was already extremely powerful. How terrifying! No wonder she is the top genius of the Jinwu Upper Territory. Her strength is really amazing, a mid-level half-saint exclaimed. If it were him, he would also have to face this attack head-on and use his strength to deal with it. But for Chunzong, it was not necessary. As the flaming phoenix fell, Chunzong immediately unsheathed the heavy dragon sword at his waist. It turned into a black light that tore through the sky and attacked the flaming phoenix. In an instant, the sword light and the sharp beak of the phoenix collided. The void paused for a moment, and in the next breath, an extremely shocking power erupted. The pitch-black light rushed out like a raging sea, destroying everything in its path. The powerful flaming phoenix cracked inch by inch under this attack. Finally, it disappeared into thin air. Hong Fengling was extremely shocked. Her all-out attack had been blocked and defeated. This showed that Chunzong's strength was above hers. Moreover, she had attacked with all her strength. But Chunzong did not seem to have used all his strength. In other words, Chunzong was much stronger than her. After realizing this, Hong Fengling's battle intent was immediately restrained. Next time, I will fight with you again. Hong Fengling stared at Chunzong with blazing eyes. She did not feel depressed at all. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit. However, she wasn't a match for Chunzong now, and she wouldn't be a match for him in the future. Although Hong Fengling's talent was extraordinary and would continue to improve, Chunzong's talent was also extraordinary and would continue to improve. Chapter 1297. Why did the Six Paths update so late tonight? It's because they want to have a small explosion. The sky was dark and motionless, like a large curtain that didn't move at all. It looked very unreal. It was as if under the fake sky was an endless, barren wilderness. The wilderness was endless, and the gray aura was everywhere. As the wind blew, it seemed to spread the desolation. Dead silence, desolation, and desolation. Birds flew away from the mountains, and people disappeared from the 10,000 paths. The heaven and earth yuan qi here was extremely thin, making cultivators feel very uncomfortable. There were also some hidden dangers. Facing such dangers, even a Saint Realm Master might not be able to survive. Therefore, very few people were willing to come here. However, at this very moment, a figure streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. It flitted past the curtain-like sky, leaving behind a long streak as it slowly dissipated into the air. Ming Daozi's expression was cold and solemn as he flew alone through the deathly, silent wasteland. He couldn't see any other life forms, not even living plants. When he lowered his head, he could only see a dry and desolate land and many broken things. It seemed that a long time ago, a great battle had taken place here, resulting in such destruction and desolation. Indeed, the dead silent wasteland, like the sinking ice sea, originated from the great battle with the void demons in ancient times. The sinking ice sea had the Ice Emperor's secret realm, but there were no opportunities left in the dead silent wasteland. This time, I'll bring 100 people back. I can make up for some of the losses I suffered back then. Ming Daozi's eyes flashed with joy. In the battle 30 years ago, he had escaped from the Tianyuan sacred region with heavy injuries. He had fled like a stray dog. Not only had he suffered heavy injuries, but he had also suffered heavy losses. He had only left behind a spatial treasure, the Golden Light City. Fortunately, he had left Golden Light City behind. Otherwise, it would have been even more troublesome. Now that 30 years had passed, his injuries had all healed. It was just the right time to bring a group of people back and make up for some of the losses he suffered back then. As for the enmity of the past, he would wait for an opportunity to take revenge. It's a pity for those geniuses. Ming Daozi's eyes flashed with cruelty. Those geniuses, especially the one named Chunzong, were suspected to be emperor-level geniuses beyond the king level. If he could recruit them for his own use and train them well, They would definitely have amazing achievements in the future. Unfortunately, he did not have the patience to teach his disciples, nor was he suitable to do so. Moreover, he didn't have any means to control the other party, so it was better for him to give up on the idea of making the other party work for him. However, I wonder how many of those 100 people will survive the heavenly origin baptism. Ming Daozi secretly said. He naturally hoped that more people could pass the heavenly yuan baptism, but he could not interfere in this matter. Peak Saint Rudiment Realm cultivators had immense power, and as a master from Tian Yuan Sacred Realm, Ming Daozi was also extraordinary. His saint force was vast and pure, so flying at such a speed did not consume too much of his energy. Therefore, he could fly for a long time straight to Tian Yuan Sacred Realm. Time flew by, and several months passed. Ming Daozi was finally about to cross the deathly silent wasteland. In front of him was an astonishing torrent that looked like a waterfall. The torrent was deep in color, with a touch of purple and blue rippling, as if it was a waterfall falling from the sky. At a glance, the purple and blue waterfall was boundless. It was impossible to tell how high it was or how wide its edges were. It was so huge that Ming Daozi looked extremely small in front of it. He was as small as an ant. I'm finally back. Ming Daozi stared at the huge, boundless waterfall and was very excited. After 30 years, he was finally going to return to Tian Yuan Sacred Realm. Ming Daozi's figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light that shot toward the waterfall-like torrent. However, it was not a torrent, but rather power. It was so vigorous that it had almost turned the world's yuan qi into liquid. This was also the barrier of Tian Yuan Sacred Realm. It had been formed after the ancient war, and it would keep out those who were not from Tian Yuan Sacred Realm. After rushing into the Tian Yuan barrier, Ming Daozi constantly made seals with his hands. The seals turned into streams of light that surrounded him so that he would not be repelled by the power of the Tian Yuan barrier. The people who were cultivating in Golden Light City suddenly felt a majestic and extremely pure aura seeping in from the outside world. It filled the entire Golden Light City at an astonishing speed and spread directly to the people who were cultivating in Golden Light City, as if it was impossible to resist. This power seemed to contain unparalleled power, and in just 10 breaths, some people could not withstand it and fainted. 100 geniuses fainted one by one within the 10 breaths limit. The extremely powerful power enveloped their bodies, bringing with it an astonishing pressure that was like the might of the heavens. When the pressure reached them, they were unable to move, as if they had been imprisoned and suppressed. Chunzong mustered all his strength, but he found that this power was too powerful. In front of this power, his power was like a small snake in front of a giant dragon. No, the difference was even greater. There was no doubt that the power came from the outside world, but Chunzong did not know why such power had entered. He had no clue and could not imagine. This power was incomparably powerful and pure. It constantly seeped into his body from the outside world, as if it wanted to shatter and disintegrate his body from the inside. In the face of this power, both his super dragon power and super spiritual power were unable to move. The 9 spiritual wheels were completely suppressed and stopped operating. The external power was constantly squeezing, and in a brutal way, it squeezed into his spiritual wheels and into his muscles. At the same time, bursts of tearing pain came from his body. This pain was like countless knives, and swords were crazily twisting and cutting into his body. It was indescribably painful, and it penetrated deep into his bone marrow and soul. Cracks began to appear on the 9 spiritual wheels under the pressure of this terrifying power, and they quickly spread out. Kacha-kacha sounds continued to ring out, and a scene that left Chunzong horrified appeared. The first spiritual wheel could not withstand the pressure and broke. This spiritual wheel was closely related to Chunzong's body, as if it was his own hand and foot. Once it broke, an indescribable pain swept through his body. However, his muscles and bones were suppressed, and he could not move at all. His soul was strong, and his willpower was amazing. He could only bear this pain with his consciousness, and it made the pain even more intense and terrifying. More than half of the 100 geniuses had fainted. Under the continuous impact of the powerful power, their bodies were broken and chaotic. Suddenly, a muffled groan came from the nose of a genius. His body trembled violently, and even the powerful suppression could not completely suppress it. Immediately, blood flowed out from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and other orifices. He was bleeding from all orifices. He died an unnatural death. Although the heaven origin baptism was good, it was also very dangerous. Those who could not bear it would die under the impact of the heaven origin baptism. One by one, the geniuses fainted, but Chunzong was still conscious. In terms of soul strength, Chunzong was the strongest. Therefore, such an impact could not make Chunzong faint at all. However, if he could not faint, he would have to bear more pain. Chunzong's facial features were almost distorted, and traces of blood seeped out from his orifices. It was too painful. The spiritual wheels were broken, and the pain was indescribable. The 9 spiritual wheels were completely shattered, and the boundless power seemed to want to crush his body. He could not move at all. Among the terrifying power, there was an amazing pressure that fell on Chunzong's sea of consciousness, as if it was going to shatter it. This amazing power could not only target the strength of the body, but also the sea of consciousness, including the essence, chi, and spirit. If he could not bear it, he would die, but if he could, he would be reborn. At this moment, Chunzong was wandering on the edge of the sharp pain and was close to death. The heaven origin barrier was very long. Ming Daozi kept passing through, and the power of the heaven origin barrier kept seeping into Golden Light City. It could not stop him at all. Out of 100 geniuses, 99 of them had fainted, and only Chunzong was still conscious. The reason was that Chunzong's soul strength was extremely high, and he could bear the pressure. To stay conscious, Chunzong endured great pain, and at the same time he felt the changes in his body. Destruction, rebirth. This feeling was very strange. It was extremely painful, but there was also an indescribable comfort. After the majestic and pure power destroyed everything, it began to reconstruct. Chunzong could clearly feel that everything in his body was changing and being reconstructed. The 9 destroyed spiritual wheels were also reconstructed, and an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his body. It was as if he had been reborn. It was very comfortable. After the sharp pain, there was an indescribable sense of comfort. It was like the meridians and marrow cleansing. Have we arrived at the heaven origin sacred region? Chunzong could not help but have a thought. When he first arrived at the sky-bearing upper region from the lower region, he had undergone a baptism. He felt as if his meridians and marrow cleansing had been reborn, but he did not suffer much pain at that time. This time, he suffered indescribable pain. Now, he felt comfortable. It was even more comfortable than before. After the 9 spiritual wheels were reconstructed, the tendons, bones, muscles, and skin in his body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. It was as if they had been replaced, but they were very familiar. They were originally things that he had mastered. However, Chunzong could still keenly feel the difference. The structure of his internal organs, tendons, bones, muscles, and skin was more compact. It was as if a coarse iron was constantly hammered into fine iron. It was still iron, and there was no change in its essence, but there was a significant difference in density. His body refining cultivation did not improve, and neither did his strength, but his endurance improved significantly. The 9 spiritual wheels also became more compact, as if they had changed from iron to fine iron, and their endurance increased significantly. They became more powerful. The ultra-spiritual power in the 9 denser spiritual wheels also seemed to have undergone some kind of change. However, Chunzong could not tell what kind of change it was for the time being. In any case, it was a good thing that he had made it through and had undergone some changes. Chunzong guessed that it might have something to do with the heaven origin sacred region. Chapter 1298. A figure shuttled through the majestic Heaven Yuan barrier, as if he was shuttling under a majestic waterfall. In Golden Light City, all 99 people except Qinzong had fainted. Only Qinzong was still conscious. The impact of the Heaven Yuan barrier had caused an indescribable change in Qinzong. It was as if he had turned from rough iron to fine iron. Soon, Ming Daozi rushed out of the Heaven Yuan barrier. Below him was a vast ocean. The deep blue water was calm and looked like a huge sapphire embedded in the ground. Ming Daozi checked Golden Light City as he flew. His expression changed drastically. 40 of them died. Trash. They couldn't even survive the Heaven Yuan baptism. What trash? The death of 40 would undoubtedly reduce his gains greatly. Originally, 100 of them could only make up for part of his losses. Now that there were only 60 left, he could make up for even less. Ming Daozi knew that the Heaven Yuan baptism was not simple. If people outside Tianyuan's sacred region wanted to enter Tianyuan's sacred region, they had to find a way to pass through the Heaven Yuan barrier. At the same time, they would also receive the Heaven Yuan baptism. In the end, people outside Tianyuan's sacred region did not have the aura and mark of Tianyuan's sacred region. They could not be accepted by Tianyuan's sacred region and would be suppressed and rejected at all times. They could not stay in Tianyuan's sacred region for long, and their strength would be greatly reduced. Only by going through the Heaven Yuan baptism could one transform inside out and be branded with the mark of Tianyuan sacred region. Only then would one be recognized by Tianyuan sacred region. Although Tianyuan sacred region was located in the Lingwu sacred world, it was much more advanced than the other upper, middle, and lower regions. It was on a different level. In other words, Tianyuan sacred region was the center and essence of the Lingwu sacred world. It was a world within the Lingwu sacred world. The Heaven Yuan baptism not only allowed outsiders to be recognized by Tianyuan sacred region, but also gave them the right to enter and stay in Tianyuan sacred region forever. It would also change the nature of a cultivator and make them undergo a transformation. It would be more beneficial for future cultivation. Of course, this was a benefit. The downside was that it was dangerous. The Heaven Yuan baptism was dangerous, and not everyone could withstand it. Just like now, out of 100 geniuses undergoing the Heaven Origin baptism, a total of 40 had died. The death rate was as high as 40%, which was extremely shocking. This was only the death rate for those below the Saint Realm. If it was a Saint Realm cultivator undergoing the Heavenly Yuan baptism, the death rate would be even higher, at least 80 to 90%. This was also the reason why many saints were unwilling to enter Tianyuan sacred region. The death rate was too high, and the higher one's cultivation, the more terrifying the death rate. In Golden Light City, Qinzong was cultivating as usual. Once he started cultivating, he felt that his 9 spiritual wheels were operating 10% faster than before. 10% faster might not sound obvious, but the reality was very obvious. 10% more rotation speed meant 10% more explosive speed, which was even more terrifying. However, Qinzong was not happy at all. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if something bad was about to happen. When one's state of mind was disturbed, the efficiency of one's cultivation would be greatly reduced, to the point that one would not even have the heart to cultivate. What the hell is going on? Qinzong frowned slightly. This feeling of uneasiness would not appear for no reason. It was an ability that he had developed after comprehending the Heart Sword Sutra and grasping the mystery of the Heart Sword. It was like an ability that was born with an innate ability. Whenever something related to him was near, he would often have a faint sense of it. This kind of feeling might not appear every time, but if it did, it would not be wrong. This trip was dangerous. However, Qinzong did not know where the danger came from. It was not something he could reach. Calm down. Calm down. After calming down, Qinzong began to think. If there is a sense of danger, then it could be concluded that this trip was dangerous. Entering Tianyuan sacred region was dangerous. Ming Daozi was a peak Saint Realm cultivator. It was hard to imagine how dangerous it would be for him to feel and how it would affect everyone in Golden Light City. This was one of the reasons. The other reason was that Chun Zong did not want to think about it. That was, the danger came from Ming Daozi himself. After some speculation, Chun Zong felt that the second possibility was more likely. The danger came from Ming Daozi himself. In other words, what Ming Daozi said about leading a group of geniuses into Tian Yuan's sacred region to join his sect was not true. In other words, everything Ming Daozi said at the beginning was a complete conspiracy. Even the so-called entry into Tian Yuan sacred region was fake. It was terrifying to think about. However, all of this was just his speculation. He could not be sure what the truth was. In a spacious secret room, Ming Daozi wore a black robe with a hood that covered his entire body. He sat on a chair with a black table that emitted a chilling aura between them. On the other side of the table sat a person in the same black robe. The robe also covered his entire body and emitted a chilling and mysterious aura. "How many goods?" Ming Daozi asked the black-robed man opposite him. His voice was cold and gray, like rough metal scraping against each other. It was extremely harsh and uncomfortable to listen to. As the voice sounded, the gloomy secret room seemed to become even gloomier. 60 goods, Ming Daozi said in a low voice, looking even more mysterious. "You should be very clear about our rules. Although we are not afraid of trouble, we do not want to cause unnecessary trouble," the black-robed man said again. "Don't worry. These 60 goods are not from Tian Yuan's sacred region, but from outside," Ming Daozi said. "Oh," the black-robed man raised his voice slightly, seeming to be interested, but he did not ask any more questions. "Very well. Since they are not from Tian Yuan's sacred region, there will not be any trouble. Now, take out the goods, and let me have a look before we set the price. Let me tell you, among the 60 goods this time, there are a few that are not ordinary. One of them is even at the king level, and not the ordinary king level. I suspect that it may be at the emperor level," Ming Daozi said as he took out the golden light city. "King level, emperor level." The black-robed man smiled coldly and did not seem to care at all. How could someone from outside have a king level or emperor level item? It would be good enough if it was at the quasi-king level. The black-robed man was undoubtedly trying to raise the price of the goods. Ming Daozi controlled the golden light city, and suddenly a golden light shone out. The light flew forward and landed in an empty space in the secret room, and 60 figures appeared. They were the geniuses who had followed Ming Daozi from Zhenwu Upper Region. Because of the Tian Yuan baptism, 40 of them had died, and only 60 were left. Chun Zong and the rest of the 60 had been waiting in the Golden Light City. They did not know when they would be able to come out, but they were suddenly repelled by an irresistible force and appeared here. At first, they were at a loss, but then they quickly reacted. Looking around, they immediately realized that they were in a secret chamber. The light was dim, and the aura was cold, making them feel very uncomfortable. There were also traces of murderous aura that seemed to fill every inch of the air, and when it invaded their skin, they shivered. Chun Zong's soul was the strongest, and his senses were the sharpest. He felt very uneasy standing here, as if he could be killed at any time. The evil spirit that permeated the air was everywhere, madly invading and adhering to their skin like maggots. It made Chun Zong feel slightly numb. It was a very scary place. The sense of crisis in his heart did not decrease, but increased. "Senior Ming Daozi, have you arrived?" A high-level half-saint asked subconsciously. This was a very normal reaction. After all, they knew that they would follow Ming Daozi to Tian Yuan's sacred region, and then enter the sect to begin cultivating. But now, it seemed that the situation was not right. They were not fools. "Indeed, we have arrived." Ming Daozi suddenly laughed. His laughter was completely different from when he was in Zhenwu Upper Region. There was a kind of darkness and mockery. Suddenly, everyone's hearts sank. Chun Zong frowned, and the premonition in his heart grew stronger. Boom! In an instant, it was as if an ancient, ferocious beast had awakened from a deep sleep. An extremely shocking, cold, evil spirit spread out from all directions, like a landslide or tsunami. The 60 geniuses from Zhenwu Upper Region all stopped in their tracks, as if they were about to be crushed. The cold, evil spirit was as shocking as a mountain, and everyone felt as if their bodies were about to be torn apart. Terrifying. This aura was extremely terrifying. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had entered the 9 serenities of hell, and as if they were being crazily cut by cold swords. They felt as if they were about to be torn apart. Their faces suddenly changed, and they immediately activated their cultivation methods to increase their strength as much as possible to resist the impact of this cold, evil spirit. What a strong, evil spirit! Shenzong was also shocked. This evil spirit was countless times more powerful than his. It was simply indescribable. To form such an evil spirit, who knew how many creatures had to die. It was simply terrifying. In an instant, Shenzong felt as if he had entered a sea of evil spirit. His whole body was numb, and he could not move. Under the pressure of this terrible evil spirit, some of the 60 geniuses could not bear it and began to collapse. As soon as they collapsed, the cold, evil spirit disappeared. One by one, they could not bear it and fell to the ground. This level is really mediocre, the black-robed man said to himself. In the end, only a few people were still struggling, and the black-robed man seemed to think more highly of them. Not bad, the black-robed man said to himself. However, these people fell one by one, and in the end, only 2 people were left. One was Hong Fengling, and the other was Chunzong. Hong Fengling's consciousness began to blur, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. However, there was a strong belief supporting her. She could not fall. She must not fall. She must hold on. However, the limit was the limit. Hong Fengling eventually fell with unwillingness, and in the end, only Chunzong was left. Chunzong was still holding on. He had a strong soul, amazing willpower, and powerful evil spirit. Only then could he hold on. Chapter 1299. Inside the spacious secret room, a cold, gloomy, and frightening murderous aura wreaked havoc. 2 black-robed figures stood there, their bodies exuding astonishing auras. 59 figures were lying on the ground, and one of them was still struggling. It seemed that he was not willing to fall and wanted to stand up. The other figure was still standing, his back straight like a sharp sword, resisting the impact and suppression of the evil qi. It was Chunzong. Not bad. The black-robed man was a little surprised. At this moment, the intensity of the evil qi was very high. It had completely reached the level of the Saint Realm, but the other party could still resist it. It seemed that there were some good goods in this batch. About 10 breaths later, the astonishing, baleful aura suddenly dissipated. In just a short span of time, it completely retreated like a tide and disappeared without a trace. Chunzong was relieved, but he did not dare to relax. His sharp eyes stared at the black-robed man. Obviously, the black-robed man was the leader here. Ming Daozi was not. Those 58 people are worth 10 Earth Restoration pills each. This person is worth 1 Heaven Restoration pill. This person is worth 10 Heaven Restoration pills, the black-robed man said, waving his hand. Your Excellency, I agree that the 58 people are worth 10 Earth Restoration pills each, but this person is definitely worth more than 10 Heaven Restoration pills, or 100 Heaven Restoration pills, Ming Daozi bargained, pointing at Chunzong. Ming Daozi had seen Chunzong's performance in the true martial final battle in the true martial upper regions, divine martial giant city. He was sure that this person was at least a king-level genius. As for whether he was an emperor-level genius, it was hard to say. After all, the outer region was not comparable to the heavenly Yuan sacred region. The overall level of cultivators in the outer region was not as good as the heavenly Yuan sacred region. The value of a king-level genius was very high. It's your choice. If you don't want to, take them and leave. The black-robed man's attitude was very tough. He did not give Ming Daozi any chance to raise the price. Take it or leave it. If you take it, follow the price just now. If you don't want it, take them away. Ming Daozi's face suddenly sank under the black robe. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Ming Daozi's mind. In this land, there were dark forces like the Black Fiend, and there were others. He could indeed take these people away and sell them to other dark forces. It was a pity that although he had coincidentally learned some of the contact methods of the Black Demon organization many years ago, he did not know about the other dark forces. Moreover, the Black Fiend was the largest dark force in this area. The other large dark forces were all far away, and there was no way to find them. If he left with the others, he did not know when he would be able to sell them. As for killing them, it would be a waste to bring them all the way from the true martial upper province. After weighing the pros and cons, Ming Daozi compromised. 11 Heaven Essence pills and 58 Earth Essence pills. This could be considered a fortune, but it was barely acceptable. I hope you can all survive, Ming Daozi said to Chinzong with a faint smile before he left. As for the others, they were all unconscious and could not hear him. Take him away. The black-robed man's gloomy voice sounded. Suddenly, figures in black clothes seemed to appear from every corner. They moved quickly and appeared beside the crowd like ghosts. They grabbed one person each and quickly left. Chinzong only saw a black shadow flash in front of him as a terrifying power slashed at his neck. That power was extremely cold, crafty, and strange, and it instantly broke through all of his defenses. His vision turned black, and he fell unconscious. 60 new blood. I hope there are a few outstanding ones. The black-robed man laughed strangely and retreated like a ghost, disappearing into the dark secret room. The ticking sound seemed to be ringing in his ears. It was very subtle, but also very clear. Chunzong's eyelids trembled slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of terrifying light shot out like a sharp sword. Before his mind moved, his body had already reacted first. He quickly stood up and activated his cultivation method. A powerful force seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep and immediately burst out with an astonishing power, roaring in his body. In the next moment, Chunzong's expression changed greatly. The storage ring was gone. The heavy dragon sword at his waist and the Nirvana evil sword on his back were also gone. What was going on? The drizzle continued, falling on his head, face, and body. The coldness spread, and Chunzong quickly calmed down. Scenes flashed through his mind one after another. Jinwu, desperate battle. Golden Light City. Ming Daozi, dark secret room. The black-robed man. The terrible, evil spirit impact. The scenes connected, and Chunzong's thoughts became clear. There was no doubt that his previous feeling was correct. The source of his uneasiness was Ming Daozi. The so-called bringing him back to the Tianyuan sacred region to join the sect was probably a lie. However, this place might be in the Tianyuan sacred region, but where exactly was it? Chinzong was confused. He didn't know much about the Tianyuan sacred region, and Ming Daozi had never said anything about it. Now, he was even more confused. He could only be sure of one thing, and that was that he had been sold. I've been sold. As soon as this thought appeared, Chunzong suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ever since he obtained the Heartsword seal and stepped onto the path of cultivation, he'd experienced all sorts of difficulties, setbacks, and dangers step by step until now. Chunzong's experience could be considered to be abundant, and it was many times more abundant than many of his peers. However, Chunzong would never have imagined that he would be sold off one day. He wasn't the only one who was sold. There were other geniuses. This was probably the only special experience they had ever had since they were born. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel indescribably funny. However, although it was funny, Chunzong couldn't relax at all. He didn't know where he was and where he was going. He was at a loss. He was blind. After a round of inspection, Chunzong's remaining things were the 3 life-saving treasures given to him by the 3 sect masters of Baiyun Mountain. Big Cloud Bomb, Flowing Cloud Flying Sword, Flying Cloud Ring. The reason these 3 treasures weren't taken away was probably because they had integrated into his body and were difficult to detect if they were hidden in his body. After obtaining these 3 treasures, Chunzong finally understood the good intentions of the 3 sect masters. Under normal circumstances, It was already very rare for a treasure's power to reach the 6th level Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, it could be refined and integrated into one's body after refinement. It could be released with one's mind. It was extremely fast and was more than 10 times faster than taking it out from a spatial ring and releasing it. After all, no matter how fast it was taken out from a spatial ring, it would still be detected by the other party and they would react accordingly. However, if it was taken out from his body, it would be more stealthy, sudden, and swift. Another advantage was that the 3 treasures integrated into one's body would be safer and less likely to be taken away. Just like now, it could be said that the current Chunzong, apart from the 3 life-saving secret treasures, his cultivation base, and the blood-dripping sword seal, had lost everything else. Everything had been taken away. The person who took them was undoubtedly the black-robed man from before or someone related to him. The heavy dragon sword was given to him by senior sister Union Shin. It represented a friendship, so he had to take it back. The mountain beheading sword was given to him by refined cloud sect master, so he had to take it back as soon as possible. The Nirvana evil sword was too mysterious. Chunzong was hesitant to take it back. After all, he couldn't see through the mystery of this sword. It would be bad if he didn't take it with him. He would think about it when the time came. For now, he had to figure out where he was. Apart from the fact that his storage ring and sword had been taken away, everything else was normal. His strength hadn't been affected in the slightest. However, there was a strange black mark on the back of his left hand, and it was emitting a shockingly cold, murderous aura. Chunzong strode forward in the drizzle. Under his feet was a soft grassland with potholes and puddles of water. The water droplets were flowing and seemed to be glowing. The sky was gray and the drizzle was endless. In the distance, there were sparse trees standing in the wind and rain. He didn't know when the wind became stronger and the rain intensified. The drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. Every drop of rain became heavy and cold. The rain became more and more violent. Between heaven and earth, it blocked Chunzong's sight. It seemed that he couldn't see anything. Every drop of rain contained a trace of cold aura, which made Chunzong feel cold to the bone. Fortunately, Chunzong's physique was very strong and his qi and blood were very vigorous, so he was able to resist it. However, the aura was also invisibly disturbing his mind. It was very subtle and imperceptible, like a frog being boiled in warm water. For Chunzong, this kind of interference was too subtle. Even if it was 100 times stronger, it wouldn't affect him much. However, under the heavy rain, it was indeed uncomfortable. His strength fluctuated and his aura spread out. A barrier appeared and covered him, immediately resisting the heavy rain. His eyes flickered. He stared ahead and paid attention to both sides. His soul sense also spread out. The suppression of his soul sense was more obvious. At this moment, in the outside world, in a secret room, hundreds and thousands of round mirrors were suspended in the air. One of the mirrors showed Chunzong's figure. He's the first to wake up. This outlander seems to be quite capable. The black-robed man in charge of monitoring the thousands of mirrors in the secret room said with a sinister smile. He is indeed capable. I heard that he's worth 10 primary heaven elixirs, another black-robed man said. Oh, 10 primary heaven elixirs. This value should be one of the best among this batch of new blood. It's not bad. It's not only not bad. I heard that Elder Een personally activated the 100 Evil formation. Everyone else fainted, except for this person, who stayed awake until the end. It seems that our Black Evil Society has a great newcomer. Maybe there's some hope for him to go to the headquarters. Some information was revealed in their conversation. Unfortunately, Chunzong was not present. Otherwise, he might be able to guess some things from their conversation. Now, Chunzong didn't even know where he was. He could only take one step at a time. The torrential rain came and went quickly. In just a quarter of an hour, the torrential rain turned into a continuous drizzle until it stopped. After the rain, the ground was covered with water, but the sky was still gray. It seemed that there were always dark clouds, as if it would rain again at any time. Chapter 1300. The air after the drizzle was extremely humid. One could smell the fragrance of grass with a hint of an indescribable pungent smell. It was hard to tell what that smell was. A figure flew across the grass like a flash of light. A terrifying gust of wind cut through the grass like knives and swords, cutting off countless stalks of dark green grass. The grass shreds were swept up in the air behind the figure, rushing forward with a hint of bleakness. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the figure that was approaching him at an alarming speed. It was a young man with a cold expression. When he saw Chunzong, he seemed to have found his prey. A ferocious smile hung on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if they could pierce through everything. The cold, murderous intent mixed with the chill after the rain attacked like a storm. Chunzong stood still, waiting for the other party to arrive. He didn't leave even after seeing me. Is he confident, or is he a newcomer? The young man who flew over thought. Faces and names flashed through his mind. After comparison, he knew that this person should be a newcomer. Newcomers were all stupid and didn't know the situation at all. If that was the case, the ferocious smile on the young man's face disappeared. His cold gaze was also restrained with a gentle smile. It seemed that his murderous intent had slowly turned into friendliness. The two of them were very far apart, at least tens of thousands of meters away. Moreover, the young man's expression was very subtle. If one wasn't observant, it would be difficult to tell the difference. However, Chunzong's five senses were sharp. He saw the change clearly in an instant. "Hello, friend. My name is Gue. How should I address you?" The young man appeared in front of Chunzong. His face was filled with a hint of modesty, friendliness, and danger. He looked harmless. If Chunzong hadn't seen the coldness in the young man's eyes and the ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth, he would have been deceived. Chunzong. Chunzong stared at the young man and said his name. He carefully observed the young man's subtle expression. However, when the young man heard his name, there was nothing unusual. He just smiled more normally. "Brother Chun, are you unaware of the situation here?" Gue asked with a smile. "Ask for advice?" Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he had no idea what was going on here. His eyes were blank. It was time for him to gather information. This place is called the Evil Rain Secret Realm. Gue did not seem to have any intention of hiding anything. "Yusham Mystery Land?" Chunzong frowned slightly. "How can I leave?" "Leave?" Gue seemed to be astonished. He walked around casually and smiled bitterly. "Brother Chun, it is not easy to leave after entering the Evil Rain Secret Realm. There's only one condition that can be fulfilled, and that is..." Before he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from his strange heart. His eyes were cold and dense, and a tyrannical power burst forth. His entire body instantly exploded, like a venomous snake that had locked onto its prey and was waiting for the best opportunity. The distance was very close, only 2 meters. To an ordinary person, 2 meters would take some time to cross, but to a powerful cultivator, 2 meters would be crossed in the blink of an eye. This was an attack that had been planned for a long time, and it was also a killing blow. He only wanted to kill his opponent, leaving no room for negotiation. From a joke to a killing blow, the whole process changed very quickly, like lightning and thunder. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely not be able to resist. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured, and it would be difficult for them to display their strength. However, from the beginning, Chunzong had maintained a high level of vigilance. Even if the other party's attitude changed, Chunzong did not relax. The moment the other party attacked, Chunzong felt it. This attack was like a venomous snake coming out of its hole. It was strange, tricky, and filled with killing intent. An extremely cold, murderous aura enveloped Chunzong from head to toe. One hit, one kill. However, in an instant, the trace of pride in Gue Yi's eyes disappeared, and it was replaced by shock. This killing blow that had been planned for a long time did not hit the opponent. What it hit was only an afterimage. So fast a reaction, so fast. The moment this thought came to his mind, before he could react, a palm with a terrifying force that could destroy a mountain landed heavily on his back. Gue-Yi could clearly hear the sound of his protective energy shattering, the bones in his back shattering, and even the sound of his blood surging and his organs being crushed. A terrifyingly high temperature instantly gushed into his body like a torrent of magma, as if it wanted to burn his body. The blood he spat out emitted an astonishing heat, and when it spilled onto the damp grass, steam rose in spirals. One palm. With just one palm, Gue-Yi, who had the strength of a low-level half-saint, was severely injured. An extremely hot power surged wildly in his body, as if it was going to completely destroy and burn his body. Gue-Yi fell forward onto the ground, his entire body burning and aching. He struggled to get up, but suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his back. It was a foot. That foot was stepping on his back, humiliating him so that he could not move. It was as heavy as a mountain. Tell me everything you know. Chunzong stepped on Gue-Yi's back with one foot. The tyrannical force made it difficult for Gue-Yi to move, as if he was directly suppressed. Chunzong's gaze was cold and condescending, and his voice was neither fast nor slow. From the beginning, Chunzong had seen the ferocious and murderous look on Gue-Yi's face, but for some reason, Gue-Yi had restrained it. However, Chunzong did not let down his guard, and had been paying attention to Gue-Yi. As soon as Gue-Yi attacked, Chunzong completely grasped the situation. Of course, this was also because Gue-Yi was only a low-level half-saint. Although his strength was not bad, and he was more powerful than ordinary low-level half-saints in the true martial upper domain, he was still a low-level half-saint, and his strength was limited. With such strength, even if Chunzong did not dodge, he could still block Gue-Yi's attack with his own defense. After all, Chunzong's super-spiritual energy was very strong and formed a layer of defense. In addition, his super dragon power formed a layer of defense, and the defense brought by his powerful physique. With a total of 3 layers of defense, it was impossible to break through without a mid-level half-saint's attack. Gue-Yi called himself Gue-Yi, and called this place the Evil Reign's secret realm. Obviously, he knew a lot of information, and it was a good opportunity to interrogate him to dispel Chunzong's doubts and confusion. However, in the face of Chunzong's interrogation, Gue-Yi did not speak. Chunzong slightly exerted force with his right foot, and an astonishing power burst forth. He instantly stomped down, as if he wanted to crush Gue-Yi's body. The terrifying power blasted into Gue-Yi's body through Gue-Yi's back, wreaking havoc and causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "If you don't speak, I will crush your bones inch by inch." Chunzong's tone carried a trace of coldness. "If you speak, perhaps I will spare your life." Chunzong had never been merciful to people who wanted to kill him. This time, he did not directly kill Gue-Yi because he wanted to get some information from him. If Gue-Yi's information satisfied him, it was not impossible to spare his life. Gue-Yi's face was full of shock. He could hear the decisiveness in Chunzong's words. It was definitely not a threat, and he would really do it. The feeling of having one's bones crushed inch by inch was not a good feeling. The pain and torture was enough to break a person. "I will speak." Gue-Yi gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "After I speak, give me a quick death." He believed that Chunzong would not let him go so easily. Sometimes, sparing the other person's life was just an excuse. This place is called the Evil Reign's secret realm. It is a place where the Black Fiend nurtures new blood. Gue-Yi opened his mouth to speak, and Chunzong listened carefully. After taking in all kinds of information, he analyzed and guessed based on his own thoughts. Gue-Yi said a lot, but in fact, he did not know much. He only knew the basic information, and the rest was from hearsay and his own guesses. However, this also allowed Chunzong to have a clearer understanding of his situation. In this world, if there was day, there would be night. Where there was light, there would be darkness. Where there was justice, there would be evil. Everything was in opposition to each other. The Black Fiend was an underworld organization. They were active in the dark destroying and killing everywhere. The enemies of the Black Fiend were naturally the righteous cultivators who walked under the sun. Qinzong had never imagined that he would one day become a cultivator of an underworld organization. However, after listening to Gu Yi's explanation, Qinzong knew that it was not that simple. As a huge underworld organization, the structure of the Black Fiend was very complicated. Gu Yi was not clear about it, and only briefly mentioned it. Whether it was a righteous or an underworld organization, it was impossible for it to exist out of thin air. It needed enough manpower, enough experts, and enough powerhouses to operate and survive for a long time. Only then could it continue to grow. Therefore, the Black Fiend would constantly recruit new people. They called them new blood. The recruitment method of the Black Fiend was different from that of the righteous sections. There were kidnappings, purchases, and some people joined the Black Fiend half-willingly. For example, the 60 geniuses from the true martial upper zone, such as Qinzong, had joined the Black Fiend by purchasing. Ming Daozi had brought Qinzong and the others to the Black Fiend and sold them to the Black Fiend for a fortune. The Black Fiend had to pay some fortune in exchange for a batch of new blood. It was a win-win situation. However, after joining the Black Fiend, they did not immediately become a member of the Black Fiend. Instead, they had to undergo the Black Fiend's test. To put it bluntly, it was a selection. The strong would survive, and the weak would be eliminated. Elimination often meant death and becoming a stepping stone for others. Gu Yi had joined the Black Fiend a few months earlier than Qinzong. He had joined the Black Fiend half-willingly. The Evil Rain Mystic Realm was a place to nurture the new blood of the Black Fiend. Only by gathering 100 Evil Rain marks in the Evil Rain Mystic Realm could one leave the Evil Rain Mystic Realm and truly become a member of the Black Fiend. As for the method of obtaining the Evil Rain mark, it was very simple and direct. It was to kill. Everyone who entered the Evil Rain Mystic Realm would have everything taken away and an Evil Rain mark on the back of their hand. Only by killing the other party could one obtain the Evil Rain mark. Kill. This was the only way to take away the Evil Rain mark. It was very cruel. Chapter 1301. Go. Qinzong said calmly as he retracted his right foot. Gu Yi was stunned. He thought he was going to die. After he told Qinzong everything, he only wanted to die quickly. You're really letting me go? Gu Yi asked in surprise. Qinzong ignored him. Gu Yi smiled and said, I won't be grateful to you if you let me go. On the contrary, if I have the chance, I won't hesitate to kill you. Then only death awaits you. Qinzong's answer was very direct. He let Gu Yi go this time because Gu Yi gave him a lot of information. Although Gu Yi was ruthless, he wasn't a weakling. Moreover, with Gu Yi's strength, he wouldn't be a threat to Qinzong. Maybe, but I can't be merciful here. Otherwise, I'll only get myself killed, Gu Yi said as his body flashed and turned into a gust of wind, quickly distancing himself from Qinzong. Merciful. Qinzong couldn't help but smile. Of course, he might be merciful to those who came to the Evil Rain secret land earlier. However, Qinzong didn't feel anything special. He didn't kill for the sake of killing. However, now that he understood the situation, he had to kill some people in order to leave the Evil Rain secret land as soon as possible. Because only by killing people could he obtain the Evil Rain mark. 100 marks. Including the mark he had to kill 99 people. Of course, he might not need to use it. For example, the person he killed might have many Evil Rain marks. I don't have anything now. I need to get a sword first, Qinzong said to himself. He practiced the sword, and almost all his strength was in the sword. There was a big difference in strength between having a sword and not having a sword. Moreover, a normal sword wouldn't be enough. It couldn't withstand his super spiritual power. It had to be at least a 9th grade spiritual weapon. An 8th grade spiritual weapon would be too difficult. Suddenly, Qinzong had a thought. Since when did 8th grade or 9th grade spiritual weapons become insignificant to him? Not long ago, he was still happy to get a 4th grade spiritual weapon. Soon, it started drizzling again. This place was called the Rain Fiend Mystic Realm precisely because of the frequent rain. That's right. This kid can actually defeat a low-level half-saint with ease. In terms of talent level, he should be a marquee, and a relatively strong one at that. So what? A soft-hearted woman won't live long. The two black-robed men in the monitoring room stared at the scene on the mirror. Although they could not hear the sound, they could see that Chunzong clearly had the opportunity to kill the other party, but let him go. They said disdainfully, among the black fiends, being soft-hearted was the greatest taboo. It was not only the black fiend, but also the other dark forces. Ruthlessness was one of the essential conditions for the dark forces to be able to survive and grow stronger under the pursuit and suppression of the righteous forces. Those who were not ruthless enough would either die in the hands of the cultivators from the dark forces or the cultivators from the righteous forces. Why don't we bet on whether or not this kid can walk out of the fiendish rain mystic realm? A black-robed man suggested. All right, in that case, let's bet 1 heaven primary elixir, another black-robed man said. 1 elixir. The black-robed man who suggested the bet was shocked. No. At most 50 earth primary elixirs. 50 earth primary elixirs it is. The black-robed man who suggested 1 heaven primary elixir did not mind. In fact, 1 heaven primary elixir was indeed a high price for them. Even 50 earth primary elixirs was not a small amount. Wealth was often related to strength. It was relative. A strong strength would have more wealth. A weak strength would have more wealth. It was a sin for a weak strength to have more wealth. The fiendish rain mystic realm was not small. Chunzong flew forward alone while paying attention to the consumption of his strength. It was difficult to find things to replenish one's strength here. For example, elixirs were almost non-existent. Therefore, he had to pay attention to the consumption of his strength at all times. He had to slowly absorb the chi of heaven and earth in the air to replenish himself. He had to do his best to ensure that his essence, chi, and spirit were always in peak condition. It was very difficult to replenish one's strength here. Although one could maintain one's life without eating, one had to consider the consumption of other things. Chunzong pondered for a while and was surprised. This black fiend's method of nurturing new blood was really very strict and also very scary. As a dark force, they would not appear in the light, often like the cultivators of the righteous forces. They knew how to hide, and so on. These were all abilities that they had to master. They also had to learn how to face all kinds of harsh environments to ensure that they could survive better in harsh environments. Even in desperate situations, they had to think of all ways to survive. They were ruthless to others and ruthless to themselves. It was as if they were calculating carefully, using every cent to the extreme. In the gray sky, a ray of light appeared and attracted Chunzong's attention. It also attracted the attention of the other people in the fiendish rain mystic realm. That's the delivery of resources. Chunzong was instantly delighted. Everyone who entered the fiendish rain mystic realm would have their storage rings, weapons, and so on taken away. Everyone was thrown into the mystic realm empty-handed. In this way, those who cultivated palm techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, and leg techniques would have an advantage. On the other hand, those who cultivated weapons would lose their advantage. However, it was not always like that. In the fiendish rain mystic realm, there were weapons. However, whether one could obtain a weapon depended on luck. However, the weapons in the mystic realm were more ordinary weapons. If one wanted to obtain a more powerful weapon, there was only one way, and that was through the delivery of resources. The delivery of resources was irregular, and there was no pattern to it. It might be released once every few days, once every 10 days, or even once every month or more. The resources delivered were not singular. Sometimes it was weapons, sometimes it could be one or a few types, sometimes it could be elixirs, and so on. However, no one knew what kind of resources would be delivered this time. According to Game, every time the resources were delivered, it would attract a group of people and a life-and-death battle would break out. A group of people would die, and someone would snatch the resources before it would end. The strong would survive, and the weak would die. This was the iron law. No matter what kind of resources it is, I should at least take a look. Perhaps it will be useful to me, Chunzong said to himself. Using his movement technique, he quickly flew towards the source of the light. The new resources are all mine. A bald young man grinned. His eyes shone with a terrifying cold light. He took a step forward and dashed forward like a fierce tiger in the mountains. His speed was astonishing and his aura was fierce. I hope this batch of resources is useful. A young man in a blood-red robe said coldly. His body was surrounded by a scarlet mist. His entire body seemed to be weightless as he floated forward like a gust of wind. The new resources and the people who go will all die in my hands. The young man, who had a scar on his face that almost split his face into two, licked his lips. His long and narrow eyes shone with an extremely terrifying aura. The scar seemed to be even more ferocious and terrifying. It was like a red centipede that was wriggling. A glance at it would make a timid person cry and faint. With a boom, the beam of light fell like a meteor and bombarded the ground of the evil rain's secret land. It directly blasted a hole and caused the ground to shake. A pitch-black box was embedded in the hole. Kacha, 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 kacha. The black, square metal box slowly opened and several rays of light shot out. The 3 items are all mine. The person who arrived first did not hesitate. He immediately took a step forward with an even faster speed. His body was like lightning as he approached the 3 items that were emitting various colors of light. He grabbed with his hand, intending to grab the 3 items and quickly leave the place. However, when he approached the 3 items and was about to grab them, a terrifying aura shot over from afar. It was an extremely intense and cold beam of light that tore through the sky like an icy bolt of lightning. It pierced through the layers of rain and shot over. It was fast, ruthless, and accurate. The expression of the person who arrived first to take the 3 items changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he gave up the 3 items and used his body movement technique to the extreme. He left behind a few afterimages and quickly dodged to the side. The cold beam of light pierced through all the afterimages. The terrifying power contained in the beam of light shattered all the afterimages. With a boom, the cold, lightning-like beam of light hit the grass and instantly exploded. The terrifying power spread out in all directions and shattered countless dark green grass in all directions. The explosion created a hole that was a few meters wide. The evil rain's secret land's restrictive power was very strong. It could create a hole that was a few meters wide. Its power was extraordinary. In the distance, a young man in silver armor held a silver longbow. He drew the bow again. There was no arrow, but a beam of light condensed and stretched on it. It turned into a sharp arrow of light that aimed at the previous target and shot out again. If you want to stop me, I'll kill you first. The person who arrived first shouted angrily and turned into a gust of wind. His body moved erratically as he quickly rushed toward the other party. He dodged the other party's arrow of light and quickly closed in. The 3rd arrow of light condensed again, but it did not shoot out. Instead, it slowly adjusted and moved. The person with the bow had a cold expression. His eyes were cold and sharp, filled with killing intent. In this place, it was either kill or be killed. He was prepared and prepared. 100 meters. That person was already within 100 meters and was constantly closing in. To the person with the bow, it would be disadvantageous if the other party got close to him. 50 meters. The killing intent on the other party's face was very clear. The killing intent in his eyes was also very strong. He loosened his fingers, and the arrow of light shot out at an astonishing speed. It swept across the sky like a bolt of lightning and covered a short distance of 50 meters in an instant. That person's pupils contracted rapidly. However, at the most critical moment, he suddenly moved his body and narrowly avoided the arrow of light. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. Dangerous. It was extremely dangerous in an instant. However, he had avoided it. The distance between them was constantly closing. In less than a breath's time, he would be able to close in and kill the other party. Chapter 1302. It was drizzling, and there was killing intent in the rain. The man with the bow smiled coldly, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the man's palm and took the evil rain mark from the back of his hand. Taking the evil rain mark was just a matter of a breath. The man immediately flew toward the three resources. But at this moment, other people had already rushed here. Every time the resources arrived, there would be a bloody battle, and it would affect a lot of people. It was the same this time. When Chun Zong arrived, he saw 4 figures fighting fiercely. Every figure had a shocking, murderous look. On the one hand, it was because of the aura of the evil rain mystery land, and on the other hand, it was because of the constant fighting and killing here. When killing people in the evil rain mystery land, the concentration of murderous look was very obvious. Chun Zong's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the 4. Suddenly, 4 shocking murderous looks spread out and locked onto Chun Zong from afar. The 4 murderous looks were different. Murderous looks were also a kind of aura. The aura was closely related to the cultivator. These 4 murderous looks were not weak. They were all low-level half-saints and seemed to be stronger than ghost wings. But to Chun Zong, they were nothing. Even if they did not have a sword in their hands, they could not threaten Chun Zong. Only mid-level half-saints could threaten Chun Zong, who did not have a sword to use. The 4 seemed to have a tacit understanding. When they locked onto Chun Zong with their murderous looks, they stopped fighting at the same time. Then, they attacked Chun Zong. 4 terrifying attacks arrived in an instant. The shocking power tore the ground apart, and countless grasses were torn and smashed into pieces. Break! Chun Zong's eyes flashed. As the blazing super dragon power surged, he raised his palm. There was a trace of red flowing in his palm, and it rolled like a wheel. It burst out with shocking power and instantly attacked. This palm strike was capable of destroying mountains and mountains. This palm could topple mountains and overturn seas. Fierce Mountain Palm. Ever since Chun Zong had mastered this move, he rarely used it. But as time passed, Chun Zong's comprehension of this move became more and more profound, and its power became more and more powerful. He blasted out a palm, and an extremely terrifying power blasted out, like a volcanic eruption, shattering everything. The power of this palm strike was extremely terrifying. It instantly shattered all 4 of the incoming attacks. Chun Zong rapidly approached the 3 glowing objects. Chun Zong could vaguely see the 3 items through the light. Sword. Medicinal pills. Shield. Sword. Chun Zong's eyes flashed. He had to get the sword. As for the pills, he would get them if he could, but he did not care about the shield. To close in on him, the shield was of no use. The sword was the most important. Chun Zong was as fast as a gust of wind, yet as light as a feather. He headed straight for the 3 glowing swords. He had to get the swords first. Then his swordsmanship would be put to good use, and his strength would be better displayed. Just as Chun Zong approached the 3 materials, die! An extremely terrifying voice suddenly rang out, and an earth-shattering, baleful aura swept out like a raging wave. An astonishing ray of light with a terrifying might blasted through the air, as if it wanted to split the earth and tear the sky apart. This strike immediately made Chun Zong's hair stand on end, and his face changed greatly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an overbearing black light, like a huge crescent moon, rushing toward him, tearing the ground as it passed. This strike had surpassed the power of an ordinary middle-level half-saint, and was close to that of a high-level half-saint. It was enough to threaten Chun Zong. Moreover, this strike was not only powerful, but also very flexible. It locked onto Chun Zong, and there seemed to be no way to dodge it. When Chun Zong moved, he seemed to be attracted by the evil spirit. He changed his direction and attacked again. In the next moment, 2 more pitch-black crescent moons broke through the air, forming a circle and further blocking Chun Zong, intending to kill Chun Zong on the spot. On the other side, a bloody light rapidly broke through the air, and its target was the 3 materials. The 4 people, who were originally in a mess, immediately stopped fighting and rushed toward the bloody figure. Get out of here! the blood-red figure coldly shouted. His voice was filled with a shocking, baleful aura. With a wave of his sleeve, an extremely terrifying blood-red aura was swept up. The aura emitted an extremely shocking rumbling sound. It was as if huge waves were roaring across the sea. It was also filled with an extremely terrifying, baleful aura that was as cold as a blade. The power of this strike was fully displayed, as if it could break a mountain. The four people's faces suddenly changed, and they all burst out more powerful strength. The four of them were low-level half-saints, and the one who came was a middle-level half-saint. Under normal circumstances, there was a big gap between the strength of a low-level half-saint and a middle-level half-saint. Chunzong blasted out a palm, and the fierce mountain palm burst out with amazing power, destroying everything in front of it in an instant. However, the moment it collided with the pitch-black light, the power of the fierce mountain palm was defeated. Chunzong's body refining cultivation was really good. The fierce mountain palm's attack was enough to defeat a low-level half-saint, but it was not enough. The power of this pitch-black crescent moons was so strong that a middle-level half-saint was no match for it. Chunzong operated his ultra-spiritual power, and his fingers were like a sword. The sword light surged, and he slashed out. The sword light was as fast and fierce as lightning, breaking through the air. The sword light was broken again, and the remaining 2 crescent moons continued to break through the air. A tall and strong figure with a giant axe approached rapidly. He jumped dozens of meters in the air, and then fell like a meteor. The giant axe was in the air, and the man and the axe were one, bursting out with great power. Kill! When the axe fell, its power was so shocking that it seemed like it was going to shatter the ground. A terrifying pressure enveloped an area of several hundred meters, and it immediately caused the blood-robed figure to stop. The other 4 low-level half-saints also stopped in their tracks. They were extremely shocked. The power of this axe was so terrible that it seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. Under the pressure of this axe, the 5 people's faces changed greatly, and they felt like they were going to be split and crushed. It was so terrible. High-level half-saint. Chunzong's expression turned serious. The power of the axe had reached the level of a high-level half-saint. Moreover, it contained an aura that could suppress everything. It was like an axe mountain was pressing down on Chunzong, making it difficult for him to move and dodge. He could only take the attack head-on. The pressure was as great as a mountain, but it was not enough for Chunzong. His power burst out, and he opened the pressure in an instant. He stepped out like a flying sword and turned into a swift sword light. In a flash, he crossed the sky and flew straight to the sword among the 3 materials. Chop! The axe fell directly, and the huge black axe light, which was more than 10 meters long, fell down like the collapse of the sky. It shattered everything, and the terrible power burst out in an instant. The area within a radius of 100 meters was covered by this attack. The scarlet-robed figure and the 4 low-level half-saints had already retreated. They all knew the horror of this person with a huge axe. Axe Demon. This person was called Axe Demon, and it was said that as many as 90 people had died under his huge axe. In fact, he had gathered enough evil rain marks to leave the evil rain's secret land, but he did not leave. Instead, he continued to stay here as if he was enjoying the pleasure of killing people. One of the most untouchable people in the evil rain's secret land was Axe Demon. If Axe Demon wanted to kill people, no one could stop him. This person did not run away, but wanted to fight with Axe Demon. He also wanted to risk his life to seize the materials. He was really reckless. The 5 people stopped fighting and looked at Axe Demon and the reckless person from afar. Soon, that person would be chopped and crushed by Axe Demon's huge axe, just like the others in the past. He would die miserably. Under the chop of the axe light, the ground shook like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The terrible power turned into shock waves that swept out, wreaking havoc in all directions, and shattered everything. The shock waves were so strong and fast that ordinary mid-level half-saints had to retreat, or they would be injured. But when the terrible shock waves hit Chunzong, it only made Chunzong faster. He reached out and grabbed the light. Then he operated his super spiritual power, and the light shattered, revealing the sword inside. The sword was 1 meter long, and it was ice blue all over, as if it was made of ice, and emitted traces of cold air. Grade 9 spiritual weapon. Chunzong judged the level of the sword as soon as it was in his hand. Grade 9 spiritual weapon. This level was a little low, but it could still bear his power. In this way, with the sword in hand, he could better exert his strength. Axe Demon landed on the ground, and his huge axe chopped across the sky with a terrible light. The light was overbearing, violent, and sharp, as if it carried the weight of a mountain. The 5 people who were far away felt the terrible power wave attack, and they subconsciously retreated more than 10 meters before they felt better. Chunzong drew out his sword. The sword light was ice blue, as if it was made of ice. It gently slashed and hit the violent axe blade. The axe blade suddenly stopped, and Axe Demon's expression changed slightly. He felt that the sword had hit the weak part of his axe. Die! With a sudden shout, Axe Demon's arm muscles swelled, and his tyrannical power broke out again. His axe bounced with amazing power, and he attacked again. Chunzong jumped up with the strength of the sword, and then he chopped down with his sword. The ice blue sword light turned into an extremely sharp crescent moon, and it broke through the sky and struck down. This person is so strong, he can actually fight Axe Demon head-on. The 4 low-level, half-holy saints were shocked, but they also felt lingering fear. Just now, the 4 of them had attacked Chunzong. If Axe Demon hadn't arrived, the 4 of them would have fought him directly. According to this comparison of strength, the 4 of them were no match for him and would have died without a doubt. Thinking of this, the 4 of them broke out in a cold sweat, and their hearts palpitated. The blood-robed man stared coldly at Chunzong, his expression becoming more and more gloomy. I've never seen this person before, but with such strength, he can't be a nobody. A newcomer. This person is new. Thinking of this, they became more and more shocked. A newcomer with such strength was simply too terrifying. Moreover, although the other party's aura was very strong, it was not that of a half-saint. In other words, this person was not a half-saint, but a transcendent. A transcendent could actually fight head-on with Axe Demon, a high-level half-saint, and not be defeated. How is this possible? Chapter 1303. Come on, let's go crazy. Ha 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 ha. This kid is really stupid. He didn't turn around and leave immediately after encountering Axe Demon. He even wants to fight Axe Demon. One of the 2 black-robed men who made the bet in the secret chamber laughed and said in a mocking tone, "It seems that you will lose this time. You can give me the 50 Earth Restoration pills first." Really stupid. The other black-robed man's tone was very unpleasant, showing that he was in a bad mood. The 2 black-robed men often monitored the evil reign's secret realm, so they knew who was strong and who was weak. Axe Demon was one of the 3 strongest people in the evil reign's secret realm at this moment. His strength was terrifying, and his methods were extremely cruel. Those who had encountered him in the past were all smashed to death by his giant axe. Originally, he was optimistic about this kid and made the bet, but he didn't expect this kid to be so stupid as to seek his own death and make him lose 50 Earth Restoration pills. Not necessarily. Let's wait and see. The black-robed man struggled again. 50 Earth Restoration pills was not a small number for him. So, of course, he wouldn't take it out easily unless Chunzong was really killed by Axe Demon. After a few dozen breaths, the 2 black-robed men were dumbfounded. What did they just see? The kid they thought was stupid and seeking his own death was actually fighting Axe Demon head-on and not at a disadvantage. This kid is actually so strong. Incredible. The 2 black-robed men muttered to themselves. I didn't expect this kid to be a high-level half-saint. Through the mirror, they could only see the situation in images, but they couldn't hear or feel the aura. Otherwise, they would be shocked if they sensed Chunzong's aura. Chunzong wasn't a high-level half-saint, but a transcendent. a transcendent being able to possess the strength of a high-order half-saint. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying such a feat was. Shenzong didn't know this. Axe Demon was indeed very strong, and the giant axe should weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. But Shenzong didn't feel any dragon force fluctuations from Axe Demon. In other words, Axe Demon didn't cultivate his body, but just had innate divine strength. His innate strength allowed him to easily wield a giant axe that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. This kind of strength was truly terrifying. With the huge axe in hand, Axe Demon's attainments in axe arts were also very high. Every time he chopped down with the axe, it would burst forth with astonishing power. Yet, he was able to lift the heavy axe as if it were light. Even though the huge axe weighed tens of thousands of pounds, it was no different from a tree branch in his hand. The axe technique was extremely tough and powerful. When it was executed, it contained many minute variations. It was as exquisite as a strong man holding an embroidery needle. This hidden exquisiteness immediately caused the axe technique of Axe Demon to become even more frightening. Below the overt moves were the hidden moves. The combination of light and darkness made it even harder for people to guard against. Genius! Shenzong could not help but exclaim. Although this Axe Demon was cruel and bloodthirsty, he was indeed a genius, especially in the Tao of Axes. With a sword in his hand, Shenzong was able to fight fiercely with Axe Demon without falling into a disadvantageous position. Giant Axe! Death by 1,000 cuts! Axe Demon grinned, and the scars on his face wriggled. He looked even more ferocious and terrifying. His roar was as deep as thunder and reverberated in all directions. His strong body suddenly burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was like thunder and lightning, yet it was also like a raging tide that surged in all directions. As the heaven and earth trembled, thousands of rays of power surged out from his strong body. In an instant, it was like a river of water that flowed into the long axe in his hand. There was a burst of black light and an ominous aura like a tide. It was awe-inspiring and tyrannical as it filled the heaven and earth and filled all directions. With a ferocious expression, Axe Demon looked like a demon that was about to devour people. Axe Demon's hands shook and his muscular arms shook forward. The huge axe seemed to be chopping and stabbing as it stirred up a terrifying storm and struck out. This strike was as though the heaven and earth were falling apart. There was also an extremely terrifying black light blade that filled the surroundings. The combination of power and skill seemed to be able to shatter everything and completely destroy everything in the surroundings. Death by 1,000 cuts. As the name implied, it lived up to its name. The people in the distance were shocked. They knew that this was Axe Demon's signature move, and dozens of people had already died under this move. After being hit by this move, one's body would first be smashed and then shattered into pieces. In the end, one would become a pile of flesh and blood. In the face of this move, one had to pay attention to the terrifying attack coming from the front and also to the light rays that were like swords and sabers. Shenzong's eyes were bright as he stared at the most powerful attack of the huge axe through the numerous black blade lights. The icy blue long sword trembled slightly, but in an instant, it burst forth with an extremely terrifying power. It was clearly a sword strike that looked light, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The combination of lightness and heaviness caused the expressions of the people watching from afar to change drastically. They felt a sense of contradiction permeating their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Axe Demon's expression also changed and became solemn. He was shocked to find that his opponent's swordsmanship was even more brilliant than his axe skills. This sword attack was aimed at the only flaw in his ultimate move. Was it a coincidence? This move was very powerful, but since it had already been fully displayed, there was no way to change it, and he could only allow his opponent's sword attack to reach him. Following the flaw in his axe skill, Shenzong's sword arrived, and the violent axe attack suddenly paused. It was a very slight pause, one that even a mid-order half-saint master would not be able to react to, but Chunzong had directly grasped it. Taking a step forward, Chunzong's icy blue sword suddenly burst forth with an incomparable light, and a cold aura rippled out, freezing the drizzle in an instant. The spirit artifacts here seem to be different from those in the 4 great upper territories. For example, although this sword was a grade 9 spirit artifact, it contained the power of an ordinary 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator, as well as a cold power. It was like a 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator who cultivated an ice attribute secret art, was stronger than an ordinary 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator. The drizzle condensed into ice, carrying a terrifying sword chi as it shot towards Axe Demon, causing Axe Demon's complexion to change drastically again. Great Axe. River crossing. The muscles on his arms seemed to swell up again, and the veins on his arms turned black, like black pythons, causing a terrifying aura to sweep out in all directions. Both of his hands gripped the handle of the great axe tightly, as if he wanted to crush it, and an astonishing aura burst forth from his body. With a loud bang, the blow that was originally rushing forward came to a sudden halt. Axe Demon's expression twisted as the veins on his forehead bulged and the scars on his face turned blood red as a terrifying light flashed across his eyes. The great axe, carrying a tremendous force, suddenly moved horizontally in front of him, and a terrifying aura burst forth, blocking Chunzong's sword attack and shattering countless ice fragments and sword chi. In the next breath, the muscles on Axe Demon's arms seemed like they were about to explode. The giant axe spun like a whirlwind and became incomparably violent. The shocking momentum was vast and mighty as it wreaked havoc in all directions. It was like a giant tornado that could both defend itself and attack the opponent. Chunzong's expression changed slightly. The strength and means displayed by Axe Demon were extraordinary, far more tyrannical than the high-order half-holy saint he faced in the true martial upper territories, divine martial giant cities, Golden Light City. Moreover, this axe move was extremely mysterious. Different cultivators had the same cultivation and strength, but if there were differences in the profoundness of their moves, then there would be differences in strength as well. Axe Demon's moves were undoubtedly mysterious. He had reached a very high level in the application of his strength and the study of his axe technique. He was a genius, one of the top geniuses in the 4 great upper territories. The giant tornado roared madly, and an astonishing force constantly sucked in everything around it. But Chunzong's figure seemed to be unaffected as he retreated. You're really powerful. The materials are yours. This battle ends here. After forcing Chunzong to retreat, Axe Demon did not attack again. He held the great axe in his right hand against the ground and stared at Chunzong with intense light in his eyes. He said in a serious tone, "If it were in the outside world, this battle would definitely continue until one side was defeated. However, this was the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Without elixirs, one's strength would recover slowly after being consumed. Therefore, it was better to save as much energy as possible. Moreover, it was very dangerous here. If one consumed too much energy or was seriously injured, he might be killed by others." Chunzong's strength was very strong. Axe Demon was not very confident that he could kill him, so he had to give up. After Axe Demon gave up, Chunzong did not intend to continue the battle either. Axe Demon was very powerful, so it was not easy to kill him. He would consume a lot of energy, and the environment here was obviously not suitable for such a high-intensity life-and-death battle. Therefore, it was time to stop. Among the people who came, Axe Demon and Chunzong were the strongest. The others could not compare. If Axe Demon did not fight, the others were not qualified to fight. On the contrary, they had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be killed and the evil rain mark taken. The sword was already in his hand. All that was left was a bottle of elixirs and a shield. Chunzong was not very interested in the shield. However, when he poured out the elixir, he saw that it was cyan with circles of ripples on it. Chunzong did not know the name of the elixir, But the rich fragrance of the elixir made Chunzong's super spiritual power circulate and showed signs of recovery. Judging from his experience, this was an elixir that could restore super spiritual power. There were 3 elixirs like this in total. However, Chunzong did not know how much super spiritual power one elixir could restore. When he first came to the Tianyuan sacred region, he had fallen into the hands of the dark factions. Chunzong did not know much about the Tianyuan sacred region. Although he had the Great Abyss King's memories, the Great Abyss King was a formidable martial artist from ancient times. Back then, there were no 4 upper regions or the Tianyuan sacred region. After so many years, everything was changing. It was normal that there would be new cultivation techniques, new martial arts, and new elixirs. The Great Abyss King was a king-ranked formidable martial artist, but he was not an omniscient god. However, no matter what, 3 elixirs that could restore super spiritual power were not bad. As for the shield, Chunzong brought along. Who knew when it would come in handy? Chapter 1304. Chunzong wasn't sure how big the Evil Rain Mystery Land was. However, there was a constant drizzle in the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Sometimes, it would turn into a rainstorm, and it rarely stopped raining. The humidity would undoubtedly make people feel uncomfortable. If they used their strength to resist it, their strength would be depleted and replenished slowly. However, if they didn't use their strength to resist it, they would be drenched. All these details seemed simple, but they meant something else. In the Evil Rain Mystery Land, there was no day and night. The sky was always gloomy, and it was difficult to accurately sense the passage of time. Chunzong used the little trick left in King Taiyuan's memory to determine that he had been in the Evil Rain Mystery Land for 15 days. I have obtained 38 Evil Rain marks. Chunzong looked at the back of his left hand. In the past 15 days, Chunzong had been moving around. He had fought and killed people when he encountered them to obtain their Evil Rain marks. In addition to obtaining more than 30 Evil Rain marks, Chunzong had a better understanding of the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Currently, there were 3 most powerful people in the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Axe Demon was one of them, and he was ranked 2nd. The most terrifying person was called Evil Saber. Of course, Chunzong didn't know that he had become an expert in many people's hearts. He was on par with Axe Demon and the other 2, and he was a great threat. I have to obtain 100 Evil Rain marks as soon as possible. Chunzong thought to himself, no matter what, it was better to leave as soon as possible. It would be best if he had the chance to leave the Black Evil Organization. Chunzong wasn't interested in the so-called Dark Coalition. Perhaps to Chunzong, there was no absolute justice or evil. There was no absolute light or absolute darkness. However, the Dark Coalition was the Dark Coalition. If he didn't like it, he didn't like it. There was nothing else. Another 3 days passed. Chunzong had 53 Evil Rain marks on the back of his left hand. Among them, there were a few geniuses from the true martial upper region. Including himself, 60 geniuses from the true martial upper province had also entered the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Those who were still alive had already learned all kinds of information. Naturally, they would not let go of any opportunity to kill and seize the Evil Rain mark. In addition, they were constantly disturbed and influenced by the evil spirit here, which made them more aggressive. When they saw Chunzong, it was inevitable that they would attack Chunzong. Since they wanted to kill him, Chunzong would not show any mercy. He would directly kill them and take the Rain Demon mark. In this place, the strong preyed on the weak. Of course, they could also work together. For example, right now, Chunzong had encountered 2 people who worked together. Both of them had the cultivation and strength of a mid-level half-saint. Kill! The 2 men did not waste any time. As soon as they saw Chunzong, they attacked without hesitation. Sometimes, people die from talking too much. The 2 men were very decisive. They immediately attacked from the left and the right. Their double sabers carried an extremely cold silver light. They cut through the air like a silver silk thread, cutting through the continuous drizzle. Amazing Evil Spirit was also integrated into the silver saber light. They carried an extreme killing intent and attacked without hesitation. The two men cooperated very well. They blocked all of Chunzong's dodging routes. But did Chunzong need to dodge? The answer was no. He turned the sword in his right hand upside down. It carried a touch of icy blue light across the sky. An icy aura spread out in an instant. The sword cut through the sky. The sword could not be seen. There was only an extremely bright light. It was extremely fast, like a thunderbolt that tore through the sky. 3 lights lit up in an instant. They crossed each other and were extinguished in the next moment. The sword that Chunzong named Ice Edge Sword was held upside down again. The two mid-level half-saints with long and narrow silver sabers stood still. They maintained the posture of slashing with their sabers. It was as if they had become 2 statues. The faces of these 2 people twitched slightly, as if they were struggling. Their eyes were also filled with a trace of unwillingness, but in the end, they dimmed. Their auras quickly disappeared, and their vitality faded away. On their necks, there was a fine red sword mark. 1 sword. Chunzong killed the 2 men with just 1 sword strike. The terrifying sword chi destroyed their vitality. After killing them, there was naturally a harvest. The sabers of the 2 men were only 8th-level spiritual weapons. Chunzong did not have a storage ring, so he threw them away. The only useful thing was their evil rain marks. There was not only 1 mark. One had 12 marks, the other had 13 marks. In total, there were 25 marks. Including the 53 evil rain marks he already had, there were 78 marks in total. 78 marks. He was very close to 100 marks. After all, some people had more than 1 evil rain mark. According to what Chunzong learned these days, in addition to the 60 people from the Jingwu upper field, there were many people who entered in the same batch. In other words, there were at least thousands of people in the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Moreover, there would be a new batch after a period of time. The small number ranged from 100 to nearly 1,000. In other words, the Evil Rain Mystery Land was always in operation. There were always people dying and leaving. When Ghost Wings saw Chunzong from afar, he was startled at first. Then, he turned around and left without hesitation. He clearly remembered that when he faced Chunzong last time, he launched a surprise attack. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also beaten half to death. There was a huge gap in strength between them. Moreover, he had heard some news not long ago. This person faced Axe Demon head-on and was not at a disadvantage. In the end, Axe Demon proposed to stop the fight. His strength was indeed terrifying. If he did not run when encountering such a fierce person, should he wait for death? Chunzong naturally saw Ghost Wings. Ghost Wings' reaction surprised Chunzong, but he had no intention of pursuing him. On the 25th day, the number of rain baleful imprints in Chunzong's possession had already reached a total of 97, and he only needed to obtain 3 more to be able to leave this place. Chunzong encountered Hong Fengling. Compared to 25 days ago, Hong Fengling was full of killing intent. Her eyes were also sharper. Hong Fengling stared at Chunzong. There seemed to be flames burning in her eyes. "You're no match for me," Chunzong said. "If you fight, I'll kill you." Since they were both from the outer field, Chunzong would not take the initiative to kill Hong Fengling. This was the same for those people from before. However, they took the initiative to kill Chunzong. Since that was the case, Chunzong would not show mercy. After staring deeply at Chunzong for a few breaths, the flames in Hong Fengling's eyes dimmed. She turned around and left quickly. She knew very well that although her strength had increased, she was still no match for him. Moreover, he was not lying to her. If she took the initiative to attack, she would die without a doubt. No matter what, she did not want to die. "If you don't kill me today, I'll pay you back with my life in the future." Hong Fengling's voice sounded. She knew that if Chunzong made a move, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he could kill her. As a prideful person, Hong Fengling saw this as a favor that saved her life. Hearing this, Chunzong couldn't help but smile. This Hong Fengling was really interesting. On the 28th day, Chunzong had not encountered anyone for 2 days. It was only today that he met someone who wanted to kill him, but ended up being killed by him. 103 evil rain marks. In an instant, the evil rain marks on the back of his left hand emitted bursts of light. They left the back of his left hand and flew into the air, condensing into a three-dimensional mark. As the light filled the air, a thought spread out. Choose. Do you want to leave the evil rain's secret land? Shinzong naturally chose yes. He was not someone like Axe Demon who was unwilling to leave, even though he already had 100 evil rain marks. Instead, he continued to stay and kill. He had no idea how many evil rain marks Axe Demon had accumulated. After Shinzong made his choice, he received a reply. Shinzong was asked to head east, and he would be able to leave the evil rain's secret land. This was actually considered the final test. He had to find the door of the evil rain's secret land and leave using his own ability. If he was intercepted midway, he would die. Heisha would not do anything about it. Shinzong was quite lucky. He ran all the way east and did not encounter any obstacles. It was very smooth. About half a day later, Shinzong saw a door that was opening out of thin air. Following the guidance of the evil rain mark, Shinzong stepped into the door that rippled like black water. It was as if he was shuttling through dark water. He could not see, hear, or smell. It was as if he had lost all of his five senses. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was also just a moment. Shinzong's eyes flashed with a sharp cold light as he quickly scanned his surroundings. He discovered that he had appeared in a secret room. The lighting was somewhat dim. The secret room was not big, but it was empty. He was the only one standing here. Suddenly, a cold and tyrannical aura fell from the sky and locked onto him. Shinzong immediately felt his body stiffen and a chill run down his spine. This was the aura of a powerhouse. It was at least the aura of a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. He did not know where it came from. It took you 28 days to leave the evil rain's secret land, and you managed to fight Axe Demon head-on. You're not bad. An erratic and gloomy voice sounded. It seemed to come from all directions. Newcomer, give yourself a code name. Code name. Shinzong knew that Axe Demon and Gue E in the evil rain's secret land were not real names. They were code names. In the Black Fiend organization, they generally did not use their real names. They each took a code name. Code name. Shinzong pondered for a moment. He did not pay much attention to it. Let's call you Yunjian. Anyway, it was just a code name. Shinzong did not care. He would find a way to leave the Black Fiend anyway. Yunjian. Good. No one else has used this code name yet. The eerie and erratic voice sounded again. You've done well. In light of this, you can make a reasonable request. Take back what's mine, Shinzong said without hesitation. Take back what's yours. The eerie and erratic voice was a little surprised. This request was different from the requests of those who had performed well in the past. It was the first time he had heard such a request since he took over. However, it was not a particularly big request, so he agreed. Not long after, the items were indeed delivered. Unfortunately, most of the items in the storage ring had been taken away. They had been distributed during this time, so it would be difficult to get them back. However, the three swords were retrieved and returned to Shinzong. Chapter 1305. Shinzong was still the only one in the secret room. Yunjian, you've passed the Yusham Mystery Zone test. From now on, you're a member of the Black Demons. Don't ever think about leaving because the Black Demon mark on the back of your hand will always be there. The cold and fleeting voice seemed to be warning Shinzong. Shinzong was startled. He sensed it carefully and his face turned solemn. Shinzong's thoughts flashed like lightning, and he immediately understood. In the test of the Hazy Rain Mystic Realm, after obtaining 100 Hazy Rain imprints, one would be able to leave the Hazy Rain Mystic Realm. And those 100 Hazy Rain imprints would eventually fuse into the Black Hazy imprint, which would be branded on the back of one's hand, forming a mark unique to the Black Hazy. The Black Demon mark can't be removed. No matter where you are, you're a member of the Black Demons. Live as a Black Demon. Die as a Black Demon. Don't make a mistake. The cold voice fell silent. Shinzong's heart sank along with it. He didn't expect the Black Demons to be so terrifying. Once one joined the Black Demons and was branded, one couldn't leave. Even if one tried to escape, the Black Demon Mark would sense it and hunt him down. I must leave. With this thought in mind, Chunzong's eyes became extremely resolute. Yes, he must leave the Black Demons, even if he was hunted down. He didn't want to join such an organization. Since he didn't want to and didn't like it, why should he wrong himself? If he wronged himself, his heart wouldn't be happy. If his heart wasn't happy, his sword would be damaged. Leave? Once he found a chance, he must leave. Now, Chunzong could be considered a member of the Black Fiend. He was given an independent room. The room was very simple. There was only a bed and a set of tables and chairs. That was all. As a member of the Black Demons, even if Chunzong didn't want to admit it, the Black Demons had already decided that it was the truth. Whatever Chunzong needed to know would be passed to Chunzong in the form of information. Chunzong also consciously learned more information, especially about the Tianyuan sacred region. Firstly, he wanted to know more about the Tianyuan sacred region. Secondly, he wanted to prepare for his escape. The Tianyuan sacred region was extremely vast. It was far more vast than the Sky Pillar Upper Region or the True Martial Upper Region. Even if the 4 upper regions combined, they would still be a far cry from the Tianyuan sacred region. The Tianyuan sacred region was divided into 9 realms, and he was currently in one of the 9 realms, the Xinyuan realm. Just the profound origin world alone was more than 10 times the size of the Sky Pillar Upper Region. Just think about it, and one could imagine how enormous it was. After all, the other 8 worlds weren't the slightest bit inferior to the profound origin world, and some of them were even larger. The mystic origin world had its own divisions. 1 world, 5 regions, and 32 prefectures. To be precise, Chunzong was currently in the ancient Wind Mansion in the Xianming territory of the Xinyuan world. As for the Black Fiend, it was one of the famous dark forces in the Xianming territory. It seemed to be the strongest dark force in the Xianming territory. As for the Black Fiend that Chunzong was in, it was just a branch of the Black Fiend organization. As for how strong the Black Fiend branch was, Chunzong didn't have a clear idea. He only knew that there were many Saint Realm powerhouses in this branch, at least 100 of them. A single branch had more than 100 Saint Realm powerhouses, and there were 32 Black Fiend branches in the entire Xianming territory. Including the headquarters, the number of Saint Realm powerhouses in the Xianming territory was in the thousands. White Cloud Mountain couldn't compare with such a number at all. Thinking of this, Chunzong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. As a member of White Cloud Mountain, he was a very important member. Naturally, he had a good understanding of White Cloud Mountain's heritage. It was unbelievable that such a large and powerful White Cloud Mountain couldn't compare to the Black Fiend organization. For a time, Chunzong became even more vigilant. He buried his thoughts of leaving deep inside. He didn't want to think about it, and didn't want to reveal any flaws. Every day, Chunzong cultivated and collected as much information as possible to deepen his understanding of the environment. After various changes, Chunzong felt that his bottleneck was loosening. Gradually, there were signs that he could begin to cultivate the 8th level of the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Art. If he could cultivate the 8th level of the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Art, his strength would increase again. No matter where he was, strength was the only thing that could truly make him feel at ease. With great strength came great confidence. It allowed him to face everything calmly. The Black Fiend organization had a strict division. The lowest level member was the Iron Fiend, followed by the Copper Fiend, Silver Fiend, Gold Fiend, and there were even higher levels above the Gold Fiend. Although the difference between the levels in the Black Fiend organization had nothing to do with strength, it had a lot to do with it. This was because only when one was strong enough, one could complete more difficult tasks and obtain more Fiend points to level up. However, the Iron Fiend and the Copper Fiend were generally below the Saint Rudiment stage. The Silver Fiend was at least at the Saint Rudiment stage, and so was the Gold Fiend. Normally, the Saint Rudiment stage might be the Copper Fiend's level, but the Gold Fiend was at least at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Chunzong's current level in the Black Fiend organization was the Iron Fiend. He did not have any fiend points at all. Time flew by. Another half a month had passed. Chunzong received his first task. It was not a task that he chose. Instead, it was a task that every official member of the Black Fiend organization had to complete. It was called the Black Fiend Baptism. Here's my chance. Chunzong's eyes flashed. There were many powerhouses here. There were even powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. Even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to leave. However, if he went out to complete the task, he would have a greater chance of escaping. As for the Black Fiend mark, he would think about it after he escaped. He could not be bound to the Black Fiend organization for the rest of his life just because of a Black Fiend mark. The task that Chunzong received was a personal one. He was required to kill a blue-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion within 10 days, cut off his head, and bring it back to the Black Fiend branch. He was also required to leave behind his code name. When he learned about this task, Chunzong was shocked. He once again felt the ruthlessness of the Black Fiend organization. Ancient Wind Mansion was not only a name for a region, but also a representation of a great force. There were several great righteous sects in the Ancient Wind Mansion territory. The Ancient Wind Mansion was one of them, and it was the most powerful one. It was even stronger than the Black Fiend Ancient Wind Branch. The disciples of the Ancient Wind Mansion were divided into 3 ranks: blue-robed, and purple-robed. Blue-robed disciples were generally at the Transcendent Realm, blue-robed disciples were at the Half-Saint Realm, and purple-robed disciples were at the Early Saint Realm. As the most powerful force in the Ancient Wind Mansion territory, they were naturally very strict when it came to recruiting disciples. Every one of them was a genius. Therefore, even if a blue-robed disciple was killed, the Ancient Wind Mansion would pursue and investigate, let alone a blue-robed disciple. The Black Fiend branch wanted Chunzong to kill a blue-robed disciple of the Ancient Wind Mansion. It was to push Chunzong to the opposite side of the righteous sects, further ensuring that Chunzong would not be able to escape the grasp of the Black Fiend organization. Because if they were to become enemies with the righteous forces, they would have nowhere to hide except by relying on the dark forces. Because the righteous forces would put them on the wanted list, attracting many righteous cultivators to hunt them down, causing endless trouble. Even if he could avoid being hunted down time and time again, he would inevitably die in the end. Moreover, the days of being hunted down like a stray dog were not easy. For a moment, Chunzong's thoughts were thousands of thoughts. Countless sparks flew in his mind. The cause and effect, as well as the sinister intentions, were all analyzed by Chunzong. This was not a conspiracy, but an open one. If he did not do it, the Black Fiend would kill him. If he did it, he would be hunted down by the righteous sects. Forcing him to go against the righteous sects, this was what the Black Fiend organization did. I can't reject the mission from the Black Fiend organization, but I can't kill the blue-robed disciple of the Ancient Wind Mansion either. Chunzong thought to himself. This mission's requirement was not as simple as killing the blue-robed disciple of the Ancient Wind Mansion. He also had to cut off his head and leave behind his codename. This was purely a great provocation to the Ancient Wind Mansion. It was an act to directly enrage the Ancient Wind Mansion. Only those who were seeking death would do such a thing. He could not reject the mission, nor could he kill the disciple of the Ancient Wind Mansion. He could only act according to the situation and find a chance to escape. No matter what, he had 3 trump cards on him. If he used them well, escaping should not be a problem. This time, I will witness the entire process of you completing the mission. A powerhouse emitting a terrifying, murderous aura said to Chunzong. This person was shrouded in a long black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. Even his voice seemed to have changed, becoming hoarse and obscure. Chunzong's eyes instantly narrowed. Based on his aura, Chunzong could tell this person was an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. His cultivation level should be at the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. They actually sent a 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to monitor him while he carried out the mission. It was to prevent him from escaping. This Black Fiend organization was indeed becoming more and more terrifying. However, since things had already developed to this point, he could only give it his all. Fortunately, The person sent by the Black Fiend organization to monitor him was a 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse and not a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. Otherwise, his chances of escaping would be even lower. Perhaps he could kill this 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse with a flowing cloud flying sword. However, he only had one flowing cloud flying sword. Once he used it, it would be gone. Qinzong did not want to use it so easily. He would act according to the circumstances. Putting on a long black robe, Qinzong left the Black Fiend branch under the guidance of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. The other party's aura directly shrouded Qinzong, as if he had sealed Qinzong's senses. This way, the safety of the Black Fiend branch was ensured, unless Qinzong carried out the mission and truly obtained the Black Fiend's approval. Ruthless and cautious, the Black Fiend organization had existed for so many years. It was indeed extraordinary. It was currently night. The night was dark, and there was no one in the alley other than Qinzong. Relying on his amazing eyesight, Qinzong began to take action after he saw his surroundings. First, he took off his long black robe. After all, it was very conspicuous and would easily attract attention. What the other party did not know was that he could not block Qinzong's senses because Qinzong's soul realm had reached the late soul gathering realm. That was a level that only a powerful Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse could reach. Qinzong already knew the entrance to the Black Fiend branch. The time limit for the mission was 10 days. Qinzong walked out of the alley and stepped onto the street. Chapter 1306. 10 days. Time was actually very short. Qinzong was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he gathered information first. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to put on an act so that the other party would not notice anything amiss. His powerful soul allowed Qinzong to sense that he was being watched. However, he did not know where the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage Heisha was. Su Jing. This was a green-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. Qinzong had his eyes on him. Qinzong was intentionally or unintentionally collecting information about him and keeping an eye on his whereabouts. It seemed like Qinzong had set him as a target to kill. Of course, that was not the case. Qinzong was doing all this to confuse the person watching him and make him think that he was working hard to complete the mission. The Heisha only needed to issue a mission. As long as the mission was completed within the time limit, there was no limit to the methods used. Time passed by slowly. There were only 4 days left until the mission was completed. On this day, Su Jing left the ancient Wind Mansion and prepared to make a trip to the Ash Cloud Mountain. The Ash Cloud Mountain was the largest mountain range in the ancient Wind Mansion. It stretched for millions of miles and led directly to the other two mansions. The reason Qinzong chose to enter the Ash Cloud Mountain was because it was connected to the other two mansions. If he wanted to leave the Heisha Ancient Wind Branch, he naturally had to leave the Ancient Wind Mansion. Su Jing led a few people and set off. They were going to enter the Ash Cloud Mountain. Qinzong followed them. Naturally, the person watching them in the dark also set off. He would not help Qinzong complete the mission. His only role was to monitor Qinzong's every move. If he made the slightest move that was detrimental to the Heisha, he would immediately kill him. Su Jing was a mid-level half-saint. With Qinzong's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill Su Jing. Su Jing was accompanied by a mid-level half-saint and 2 low-level half-saint. They were not a threat to Qinzong. After all, Qinzong had already gathered some information. Demonic beasts ran rampant in the Ash Cloud Mountain. Su Jing and the others' purpose in entering the Ash Cloud Mountain was naturally to hunt demonic beasts. Why haven't you made a move yet? The 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage Master, who was secretly monitoring Qinzong, was confused. Now that he had truly entered Ash Cloud Mountain, he could completely kill Su Jing. However, the newcomer Yin Jian had no intention of doing so, but his job was to keep watch, regardless of anything else. They went deeper, 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 and deeper. They were already 8,000 miles deep into the Green Cloud Mountain. The demonic beasts here were all very powerful. There were at least half-step saints here. They should be making their move soon. The Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator monitoring, Chunzong muttered. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. Chunzong did indeed take action. He was also heading in the direction of Su Jing and the others. However, Chunzong did not attack Su Jing. Instead, he shot past Su Jing at an extremely fast speed, heading deeper into Ash Cloud Mountain. The Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was shocked at first, but soon a cruel smile appeared on his face. He actually dared to try and escape. He was simply courting death. His figure flashed, and he immediately soared into the sky at a shocking speed. The speed of a Fifth Heaven Saint Rudiment stage expert was fully displayed at this moment. He was like a black streak of light, and as long as there were any obstacles in his way, he would pass through them in an instant, without even touching them. He was extremely agile. Fast. It was simply too fast. Everything Chunzong had done earlier was to confuse the other party. Otherwise, if he revealed any intention of leaving the Black Fiend, he would have been killed instantly. Now that they had entered the Ash Cloud Mountain, all their efforts had paid off. It was time to leave now that they had confused the other party. The Ash Cloud Mountain was connected to the other two mansions. Chunzong had deliberately waited until Su Jing and the others were deep enough before acting as if he was about to make his move. However, Chunzong's speed was indeed fast, but the other party's speed was even faster. There is a huge gap between the speed of a high-level half-saint and a Saint Realm cultivator. Moreover, the other party was not an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. He was a Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator who specialized in speed. Therefore, in just a few breaths, Chunzong felt a terrifying, baleful aura pressing down on his body, causing his skin to feel slightly numb. It was as though a tiny electric current was rapidly spreading across his skin, causing his body to feel slightly numb. It was as though he was being pricked by an electrified needle. The strength of a Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was not something he could contend with right now. I have no choice but to use my trump card, Chunzong thought to himself. He had 3 life-saving trump cards: the Large Cloud Bomb, the Flowing Cloud Flying Sword, and the Flying Cloud Treasure Ring. One focused on a large area attack, one focused on a single target, and one focused on speed. Chunzong's original plan was to use the Flying Cloud Treasure Ring's speed to escape. After all, the speed of a Sixth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was very fast. However, now that he thought about it, the other party's speed was slightly faster than an ordinary Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. Although the Flying Cloud Treasure Ring had the speed of a Sixth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator, it was still faster than the other party. It was enough for him to escape from the other party's pursuit. However, it was only temporary. After all, the Flying Cloud Treasure Ring's energy was not limitless. Once its energy was exhausted, his speed would drop to its original level. At that time, there was no guarantee that the other party would not follow his aura or the fluctuations of the Black Fiend Mark's aura. In that case, he could only use the Flowing Cloud Flying Sword to kill the other party. That way, he would not need to use the Flying Cloud Treasure Ring. He could rely on his own strength to enter Gray Cloud Mountain and leave the Ancient Wind Mansion to avoid the pursuit of the Black Fiend Ancient Wind Branch. With that thought, Chunzong made a decision without any hesitation. He paused and turned around to face the Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator who was chasing after him. This person's cultivation was at the Fifth Heaven Saint Realm. However, Chunzong had no idea how strong he was. He only had one Flowing Cloud Flying Sword. If he wanted to use it, he had to kill his opponent in one blow. It would be best if he could deceive his opponent before making his move. Why aren't you running anymore? The Fifth Heaven Saint Realm expert closed in on Chunzong without the slightest intention of stopping. Like a baleful storm, his voice was cold and filled with a bone-chilling murderous intent. This murderous intent was so terrifying that it could penetrate one's soul. Although the other party was asking questions, he had no intention of wasting his breath. He wanted to kill Chunzong as soon as he made his move. It was as if talking was just a habit of his. Chunzong's heart sank. This person's actions were beyond his expectations. In this kind of situation, the other party should be the one to stop and interrogate him. Since I can't escape, why should I? I'll just die anyway. Chunzong said resolutely. A resolute aura emanated from his body. This was the eruption and counterattack of someone who had lost all hope in a hopeless situation. It was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, seeking only an instant of brilliance. When the fifth heaven Saint Rudiment stage sensed the aura from Chunzong's body, his heart shuddered. Chunzong's strength was weak, like an ant to him, and he could easily crush him with a single finger. However, he was surprised by Chunzong's resolute will and determination before his death. If Chunzong didn't die, he might be a hero of his generation. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to live. A mere half-step Saint Realm cultivator had no chance of escaping from a fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator. After all, when Chunzong entered the Black Demon organization, everything was taken away. After a thorough inspection, nothing was left behind. Of course, this was also because the blood-dripping sword seal and 3 secret treasures had been integrated into Chunzong's body. This was a very clever move. Another reason was that when the inspector found out that Chunzong was brought from outside the Tian Yuan sacred region to be sold, he subconsciously looked down on him. It was inevitable. As a result, the inspection wasn't as detailed and thorough. It can only be said that Chunzong was very lucky. If the inspector was more careful and thorough, the items in his body might have been found. It was unknown if he could keep them. Based on this, the fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator was certain that Chunzong would die, without any trump cards or reliance. Chunzong was like an ant with just as strength as a high-level half-step saint. Die! As soon as his words fell, the fifth heaven Saint Realm powerhouse pointed his finger towards Yang Kai. A jet-black energy condensed from his finger and shot towards Yang Kai, carrying a terrifying killing intent as it shot towards Yang Kai. It was too fast. It was so fast that Chunzong couldn't react in time. In just an instant, the terrifying finger ray shot out. Chunzong had no choice but to fight to the death. Chunzong pointed out with his finger. In an instant, a wisp of incomparably swift and fierce sword light tore through the sky and shot out. It was the Flowing Cloud Flying Sword. The Flowing Cloud Flying Sword's strength was at the sixth heaven Saint Realm. Naturally, its speed was also at the sixth heaven Saint Realm. This attack was beyond his opponent's expectations. It was too fast. How was this possible? The fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator was shocked. The sword ray that shot out from the high-level half-step Saint Realm cultivator's finger was even faster than his own. A few dozen meters was a short distance. A sixth heaven Saint Realm cultivator's speed was shocking. The black finger ray was directly destroyed. It shot out like a hot knife through butter. In his eyes, the cloud-white sword ray shot out and filled the entire world. As he was about to die, his potential erupted. It was as if he had turned the impossible into possible. He quickly dodged to the side. However, the speed that he was usually proud of seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. There seemed to be a faint buzzing sound in his ears. It was as if it was the last sound he would hear in the world. The cloud-white sword ray instantly pierced through the side of his heart, avoiding the vital point of his heart. However, the sword ray wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was as if the flowing cloud down master had calculated it or had prepared for it. When the sword ray entered his body, it didn't penetrate his body. Instead, it paused for a moment before exploding. Countless cloud-white sword chi burst out with shocking power. All of them were at the sixth heaven Saint Realm. It tore, strangled, and destroyed. Before the fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator could rejoice at the fact that his vital point had been avoided, he felt a tearing pain spread throughout his body. Blood spurted out as he trembled. His entire body was covered in blood in an instant. Chunzong finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator fall to the ground. However, he didn't let his guard down completely. He slashed out with his sword. Sword chi pierced through the air and struck the fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator's body again. It split the fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator's body like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 1307. The ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch was located deep underground. It was very secretive and had countless secret rooms. In one of the secret chambers, there were many dim blue lights burning like the wisps in this secret chamber. There was no warmth at all. Suddenly, one of the blue lights flickered wildly as if it was hit by a strong wind. Like a candle in the wind, it was extinguished in the next second. The person guarding the secret room was shocked at first. Then, he quickly approached and looked at the symbol below the light. He immediately sent out a message. What? A gold fiend is dead? Who is it? It's Gold Fiend Li Guang. Li Guang. He was killed. At that moment, the higher-ups in the ancient Wind Black Fiend branch were all shocked. I remember that Li Guang was sent out to monitor a newcomer who was carrying out the baptism mission. Investigate. The black-robed person sitting in the leader's seat said in a deep and cold voice. It was as if a gust of wind had swept up from the ground. The Black Fiend's efficiency was extremely high. Not long after, everything was investigated. Li Guang's death is related to that newcomer. Go after that newcomer immediately. The black-robed person in the leader immediately made the most accurate judgment. There was no need for him to do anything. He just needed to give the order, and someone would carry it out. Soon, all the information about Chun Zong was presented. Of course, the information about Chun Zong was very simple. He came from the outer region. As for where he came from, it was not stated and no one cared. Chun Zong was a newcomer who had just left the Evil Reign's secret realm. It was very simple for him to carry out the baptism mission that the Black Fiend had to carry out. As for the baptism mission, it was very simple. The mission was to kill a green-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion and cut off his head to leave behind a codename. One had to admit that the Black Fiend's ability was very terrifying. Soon, all of Chun Zong's actions were investigated, including his whereabouts when he entered the Green Cloud Mountain. Although they did not find Gold Fiend Li Guang, they found Chun Zong's whereabouts. However, Chun Zong had been away for quite some time. No matter how efficient the Black Fiend was, Chun Zong had already escaped deep into the Green Cloud Mountain. In addition, Chun Zong had purposely erased his tracks, which made it harder for the Black Fiend to track him. It was impossible for them to catch up to Chun Zong in a short period of time. This newcomer is very capable. He is indeed very, as right to the Black Fiend. Since he didn't complete the baptism mission, we'll help him complete it. Also, issue the Black Fiend's arrest warrant. Everyone wants Yun Jian. Soon, the entire ancient Wind Black Fiend branch knew about the wanted order. Of course, the news didn't spread to the other branches. After all, it wouldn't be a good thing if it did, and Li Guang Fiend. Come! If the other branches knew that their ancient wine branch had caused such a commotion, these higher-ups would definitely become a laughingstock. He was just a newbie, but he had caused the death of Gold Thug. It was no small matter. However, Heisha's actions also allowed Chun Zong to escape better. In the depths of Ash Cloud Mountain, Chun Zong stopped advancing. It wasn't that he didn't want to move forward, but that he couldn't. Tianyuan's Sacred Region's classification of monster beasts followed the ancient times. Low-rank monster beasts were equivalent to cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage. Mid-rank monster beasts were equivalent to cultivators in the Transcendent stage. On the other hand, high-rank monster beasts were equivalent to cultivators in the Saint Rudiment stage. As for super-rank monster beasts, they were equivalent to cultivators in the Great Saint stage. In the 50,000 miles that Chun Zong had arrived at was already the territory of high-level demonic beasts. High-rank monster beasts had the strength of a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Even though Chun Zong had a large fuel air bomb with him, the power of a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was enough to kill a large number of low-rank monster beasts. It did not matter. There were many high-rank monster beasts in Green Cloud Mountain. He would avoid them if he could. High-rank monster beasts basically had their own territories. The size of their territories was closely related to the monster beast strength. The higher the monster beast strength, the more intelligent it would be. Generally speaking, as long as one did not enter the monster beast territory, one would not provoke the monster beast. Of course, there might be some special cases. For example, a monster beast happened to run out of the territory. If one was unlucky, they would naturally be killed. Chunzong was now sure that he had entered the territory of a high-rank monster beast. However, he should be at the edge of the territory. He had not really disturbed the monster beast. What he needed to do now was to quietly retreat and take a detour. In such a place, it was very dangerous for him. It was also not safe for the ancient Wind Black Fiend branch. Even a peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not dare to run rampant in the territory of high-rank monster beasts. If they provoked a powerful high-rank monster beast, they would lose half their life even if they did not die. This was also one of the reasons why Chunzong had some confidence in leaving the ancient Wind Black Fiend branch after a detailed investigation. As for now, whether to go to the Golden Dragon Hall or the Purple Mountain Hall was a problem. After all, Chunzong did not know much about the Golden Dragon Hall or the Purple Mountain Hall. However, after thinking about it, the difference should not be too big. As such, Yang Kai decided to leave this dangerous place first. He would see which way was closer and which way was easier to go. Chunzong did not have a deep understanding of the Black Fiend branch. However, after the initial contact, he was certain that the Black Fiend branch was ruthless and cruel. After learning that he wanted to leave, they would definitely not let him go. Not to mention, because of this, they had lost a gold demon powerhouse. Therefore, it was not strange that the ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch wanted to hunt him down. It was just that they had not caught up to him yet. Chunzong had guessed part of it. The ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch had indeed issued a wanted order to hunt him down. However, there was another thing that Chunzong did not expect. Or rather, Chunzong did not know enough about the Black Fiend branch's methods. He did not know how ruthless they were. An azure-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion was assassinated on the street. Moreover, his head was brutally cut off. The name or title of the assassin was left on the spot. As soon as this news spread, it immediately spread like a storm. It alerted the people of the ancient Wind Mansion, as well as several other great forces. It's the Black Fiend's people. This method should be the Black Fiend's new disciple baptism. This Black Fiend is too arrogant. They actually dared to kill an azure-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. The great forces all knew about the Black Fiend's new disciple baptism. After all, it was not a secret. However, in the past, the baptism would not be so intense. At most, they would choose a blue-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. A blue-robed disciple and an azure-robed disciple were two different concepts. Moreover, in the past, they would not choose to kill an ancient Wind Mansion disciple. They would either cut off the head and take it away or leave behind a code name. It was rare for them to do both. This time, it was truly incomparably shocking. The ancient Wind Mansion was naturally furious. Perhaps an azure-robed disciple was important, but it was not a great loss. However, to have his head cut off and leave behind a code name after being assassinated on the street, this was a provocation to the ancient Wind Mansion. Kill. Immediately, the ancient Wind Mansion issued a wanted order. Many disciples of the ancient Wind Mansion began to move. They began to chase after that so-called Yunjian. However, they did not know that Chunzong, whose codename was Yunjian, had already entered the Green Cloud Mountain. Chunzong went another few thousand li deeper. This distance was extremely difficult. He tried his best to restrain his aura to avoid disturbing any high-tier demonic beasts. An invisible pressure seemed to press down on him from all directions. Chunzong felt like he was suffocating. However, with his strong will, Chunzong managed to hold on, survive. His goal in entering the Tianyuan sacred region was not to die here and become the excrement of demonic beasts. Instead, it was to pursue a higher cultivation path. Perhaps his luck had changed, or perhaps there was a silver lining. Chunzong really passed through the Green Cloud Mountains safely and entered the Purple Mountain Mansion's territory. Although there were a few times where he was almost killed by high-tier demonic beasts, he managed to avoid them and survive. Thinking back, Chunzong still felt cold sweat on his forehead. Being tricked into entering the Tianyuan sacred region by Ming Daozi and being sold to the dark forces was simply unlucky. Fortunately, he managed to escape successfully. However, Chunzong's heart sank when he thought about the other people who were tricked from the true martial upper territory. They probably would not be able to escape. They would either die in the Evil Rain secret region or be given a baptism mission after leaving the Evil Rain secret region. After Chunzong's experience, the Black Demon Organization would definitely be more cautious about the baptism mission. Forget it. They were tricked and sold by Ming Daozi because they wanted to enter the Tian Yuan sacred region. As for their fate, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he was not related to them. They were not even friends. There's a Black Demon Organization in the ancient Wind Mansion's territory. There's also a Black Demon Organization in the Purple Mountain Mansion. Chunzong thought as he walked out of the forest. I wonder if they can sense the Black Demon mark on the back of my hand. The Black Demon mark was a big problem. He had to find a way to get rid of it. Of course, Chunzong did not believe that the expert in the Black Demon Organization could not get rid of it. There was always something that countered it. The only reason it could not be removed was because there was no way to remove it. At present, Chunzong did not know how to get rid of it. Should he find an expert? Immediately, Chunzong rejected this idea. The Black Demon Organization was a dark force. If you want to find an expert to remove it, it would be like walking into a trap. What if they did not listen to his explanation and directly killed him? In the end, he still had to rely on himself. He would take it one step at a time. He wrapped his left hand with a strip of cloth to block the Black Demon mark. Whether he could sense it or not was one thing. First of all, he could not see it. Since it was his first time here, he might as well assimilate into this place and begin his new path of cultivation. The bottleneck of the 8th level of the Taiyuan Cloud scraping technique has been loosened. I should be able to master it in the next few months. Chunzong thought as he walked forward. With his current accumulation, he could definitely break through to the half-saint realm and greatly increase his strength. His solid foundation would also allow him to surpass many people. However, Chunzong did not think it was enough. He had not reached the limit of what he could show. Chapter 1308. The Tianyuan Sacred Region had 9 realms. The Xinyuan Realm had 5 regions, and the Xinyuan Realm had 32 prefectures. Each prefecture was extremely vast and astonishing, and there were many forces entrenched and competing with each other. Within the Zishan Prefecture, there was the largest Zishan city, which was under the direct control of the Zishan Prefecture Master. It was the territory of the Zishan Prefecture, and there were many other cities. In the Zishan city, Chunzong stayed in a restaurant with a serious expression. As the 9 spiritual wheels in his body revolved, powerful and majestic, pure, super-spiritual energy kept surging to the back of his left hand. Chunzong was trying to see if he could remove the Black Evil mark with his own power. Although the people of the Black Evil branch said that the Black Evil mark could not be removed, he had to try it first. He tried several times in a row, either mobilizing super spiritual energy, super dragon power, or purple cloud black star flame, but all failed. The Black Evil mark was like a maggot in the bone and could not be shaken at all. In that case, I'll wrap it with my own power to prevent its aura from leaking out, Chunzong said secretly. As he revolved his super spiritual energy, it did not attack the Black Evil mark this time, but circled around the Black Evil mark, forming a total of 9 circles, and firmly wrapping the Black Evil mark to ensure that its aura could not leak out. In this way, it should not be easily detected. Chunzong was not very sure if he could completely isolate it from perception. The means of the Black Evil organization were probably beyond his imagination. But no matter what, at least he did not need to wrap his left hand with a cloth. He could not feel the strange aura on the back of his hand. However, Chunzong had a bitter smile on his face. After wrapping the Black Evil mark 9 times, his super spiritual energy would be constantly consumed, and he had to constantly revolve it to replenish it. In this way, part of his super spiritual energy would be restrained. Although the consumption was not fast, and his recovery speed could keep up Because part of his super spiritual energy was restrained, his super spiritual energy could not burst out as much as it wanted. After trying out, he could only exert the strength of an advanced semi-saint, but now he could only exert the strength of an intermediate semi-saint. Middle-level half-saint. Shenzong smiled bitterly. His strength had dropped by 1 level. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only do this for the time being for his own safety. However, he would have no choice but to erupt with his full strength if he encountered danger that exceeded the limits of a mid-level half-saint. At that time, even the black evil mark wouldn't be able to conceal it. After temporarily concealing the black evil mark, Chunzong walked out of the restaurant and began to collect all kinds of information. The information he gathered from the ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch was limited. Chunzong didn't know that while he was collecting information, several people had appeared from the Void Gate of the Void Palace in the Zishan city of the Zishan Prefecture. They were all wearing plain robes, and their expressions were stern. They seemed to be high and mighty, and their bodies were surrounded by powerful auras. Saint Realm. These people were all Saint Realm masters. According to our analysis, if the Black Fiend Cloud's word did not die in the Ash Cloud Mountain, there is a 70% chance that it has entered the Violet Mountain Prefecture. The 4 of us will act separately. We must find it. One of them said, "All right, as long as he is really in the Violet Mountain Prefecture, I will find him. He dared to kill our ancient Wind Mansion's disciple. Dying 100 times won't be enough." These 4 Saint Realm Masters were the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciples. They were also the ones who were sent to the Violet Mountain Prefecture to pursue the Black Fiend Cloud Word. Of course, they weren't completely certain that the Black Fiend Cloud's Word would come to the Violet Mountain Prefecture. However, after passing through the Ash Cloud Mountain, it would either go to the Golden Dragon Prefecture or the Violet Mountain Prefecture. According to the analysis of the ancient Wind Mansion's masters, the probability of the Black Fiend Cloud's Word entering the Violet Mountain Prefecture was higher. Of course, the ancient Wind Mansion sent people to the Violet Mountain Prefecture and Golden Dragon Prefecture. As for why they didn't wear purple robes, but changed their clothes, it was because this was the Violet Mountain Prefecture. There was competition between the branches of the Black Fiend organization. Naturally, there was also competition between the 32 mansions. If the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciples entered the Violet Mountain Prefecture, it would easily attract the attention of the Violet Mountain Prefecture. Although there wouldn't be any danger, it was inevitable that some unexpected situations would occur. Therefore, they had to keep a low profile, collecting information and analyzing it. In the Tianyuan sacred region, if he wanted to further his cultivation, there were only 2 paths he could take. The first was to join a certain force and become a member. This was the same as usual. For example, the Blue Waves World's Extreme Yuan Heavenly Sect, or the Lingwu Sacred World's Blue Cloud Sect and White Cloud Mountain. Chunzong was very familiar with this path. The second was to become a loose cultivator. If he joined a force, he would receive better training. This was something Chunzong was very familiar with. Moreover, with his talent, he would definitely be valued. However, if he became a loose cultivator, he would have more freedom. After thinking about it, Chunzong didn't immediately make a decision. After all, his understanding of the Tianyuan sacred region was still not deep enough. Since that was the case, he would temporarily become a loose cultivator. Since he was used to being a disciple of a sect, perhaps he could experience the feeling of a loose cultivator. There was no special reason. It was simply a thought that came from the bottom of his heart. Since that was the case, Chunzong decided to follow his heart and become a loose cultivator first. As for the future, he would see the situation. If there was a force that was really good, he would join if he wanted to. As his comprehension of the heart sword sutra deepened, Chunzong grasped a trace of the essence, which was to follow one's heart. As long as there was a thought in one's heart, one could act on it. Of course, even if Chunzong became a loose cultivator, he would not be an ordinary loose cultivator. Most loose cultivators lacked inheritances and resources, but Chunzong didn't lack inheritances. He had the Saint Grade High Grade Taiyuan Cloud scraping technique. He had the Saint-grade high-grade Tai-Yuan cloud scraping finger and several Saint-grade low-grade sword techniques and movement techniques. He also didn't lack secret techniques. As for cultivation resources, Chunzong obtained some from the storage ring of the 5th level Saint Rudiment stage Gold Thug from the Black Demon organization. There were human restoration pills, earth restoration pills, and heaven restoration pills. The heaven, earth, and human restoration pills were the currency circulated among cultivators in Tian Yuan sacred region. Everyone needed them. The 3 types of restoration pills were actually not real pills. They were refined from the pure and majestic world Yuan Qi of Tian Yuan sacred region and liquefied it into pure Yuan liquid, which was then further purified and condensed. It could be said that an restoration pill was the transformation of world Yuan Qi from a gaseous state to a liquid state and finally to a solid state. A human restoration pill was equivalent to 1 kilogram of Yuan liquid. An earth restoration pill was equivalent to 100 kilograms of Yuan liquid, and a heaven restoration pill was more than 10,000 kilograms of Yuan liquid. It was amazing. When he was at the transcendent stage, Chunzong had also absorbed 25 kilograms of Yuan liquid in the fierce ancient battlefield. His cultivation had greatly improved, but that Yuan liquid could not be compared to the Yuan liquid in Tian Yuan sacred region. The same amount of Yuan liquid contained at least 10 times more energy. Human restoration pills were often the currency circulated between powerful half-step saints and ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage cultivators. As for ordinary transcendents, they did not have so much wealth and still used Yuan stones. As for intermediate Saint Rudiment stage cultivators, they generally used earth restoration pills, while late Saint Rudiment stage cultivators mainly used heaven restoration pills. While the 3 types of restoration pills circulated as currency, they were also a kind of cultivation resource. Half-step saints could absorb the power of human restoration pills, but they could not absorb earth restoration pills and heaven restoration pills because their bodies could not bear it. In the storage ring of the ancient wind Black Fiend branch's 5th layer Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, there were more than 2,000 human restoration pills and more than 300 earth restoration pills. As for heaven restoration pills, there were very few of them, only 2. However, the ratio between the 3 types of restoration pills was 100-to-1. In the short term, Chunzong did not lack cultivation resources. After collecting and analyzing the information, Chunzong gained a better understanding of the mysterious Nether territory. The 32 mansions' territories varied in size, strength, and weakness. The strongest was Yunzhong Mansion, and the weakest was not clear. There were probably 2 or 3. Of course, the most powerful force in the entire mysterious Nether territory was the mysterious Nether Palace. That was the strongest force in the mysterious Nether territory. The Palace Master of the mysterious Nether Palace was also the Territory Master of the mysterious Nether territory. Every Mansion Master was at least a peak Saint Rudiment stage martial artist, and some were even king-ranked martial artists. Their abilities were even more terrifying. It was rumored that the Territory Master of the mysterious Nether territory was a quasi-great Saint martial artist. However, these were not what Chunzong really cared about. Although the Mansion Masters and the Territory Masters were powerful, so what? It did not have much to do with him. Chunzong really cared about the information that was beneficial to him. Moving out immediately, Chunzong prepared to head to the territory directly controlled by the mysterious Nether Palace. That was the center of the mysterious Nether territory. The mysterious Nether territory was a general term that encompassed a huge territory. Among them was the center of the mysterious Nether territory and the 32 mansions. The center was directly controlled by the mysterious Nether Palace, while the 32 mansions were controlled by various other mansions. However, in terms of level, the 32 mansions were lower than the mysterious Nether Palace and were subordinate to the mysterious Nether Palace. Going to the center of the mysterious Nether territory, Chunzong naturally did not mean to join the mysterious Nether Palace. Instead, he wanted to train himself better. In fact, many geniuses who went out to train would first head to the center of the mysterious Nether territory. That place had become the place where geniuses gathered. Based on his wealth, it was not enough to pay for the Void Hall's void door. He could only rely on his own 2 feet. However, Chunzong's luck was very bad. Half a day after leaving Ziming City, a figure flew past him. In front of him appeared a youth in a plain long robe. That youth's eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at Chunzong. It was as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. This person stared at Chunzong. It was as if he had already recognized Chunzong. His tone was 70 to 80% certain. Black Fiend Cloud Sword, you are really good at running. It took me a while to find you. Chunzong's expression did not change, but he was very surprised. Who was this person? He could actually recognize Chunzong. Countless thoughts ran through Chunzong's mind in that instant as he analyzed the cause and effect. First, he determined that this person was from the Ancient Wind Black Fiend's branch. You killed my Ancient Wind Mansion's green-robed disciple, cut off his head, and even left behind a code name. You are really bold. The other party spoke again. His expression was even colder. However, Chunzong knew the other party's identity. Besides being surprised, Chunzong's heart sank. With a sharp mind, Chunzong immediately connected the cause and effect. Chapter 1309. Purple Radiant City could only be considered a small city in the Purple Mountain Mansion. 600 miles south of Purple Radiant City, there was a huge boulder. A black figure was hiding behind one of the boulders, and it was like a shadow attached to the boulder. Why can't I feel the Black Fiend's mark? The shadow that seemed to be attached to the boulder was surprised. He was one of the Black Fiend members that chased after Chunzong from the Ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch. He was able to chase after Chunzong because of his strength and luck. In the Ancient Wind Black Fiend branch, he was a Bronze Fiend. As long as he completed one more mission, he would be promoted to a Silver Fiend. There is a huge difference between a Bronze Fiend and a Silver Fiend. He probably used some kind of method to hide it temporarily. However, now was not the time to make a move because there was a purple-robed disciple from the Ancient Wind Mansion. His strength was not to be underestimated. You should surrender and follow me back to the Ancient Wind Mansion to await your punishment. The Ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. His calm tone seemed to be telling the truth. Shortly after, his eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. A strand of killing intent shot out from the depths of his eyes. His tone also became sinister. Let me break your limbs, break your spine, and drag you back like a dead dog. They were sent to chase after Chunzong, and their mission was not to kill Chunzong on the spot, but to capture him. As for whether they wanted to capture him in one piece or beat him half to death, it didn't matter as long as he was alive. As for why they wanted to capture him alive, it was because they wanted to have a public trial to show the other forces the consequences of provoking the Ancient Wind Mansion. Would Chunzong surrender obediently and follow the purple-robed disciple back to the Ancient Wind Mansion? No. Would Chunzong allow the purple-robed disciple to break his limbs? Also no. In that case, they could only fight. The heavy dragon sword was instantly unsheathed, and a pitch-black sword ray shot out like a crescent moon. The shocking sword pressure instantly tore the ground apart. The Ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple sneered. A mere half-saint had dared to attack him. How audacious! The gap between the half-saint realm and the saint realm was like heaven and earth. No matter how talented a half-saint was, he could not compete with the most ordinary saint realm. This was the truth of the world. Since that's the case, I'll break your arrogance and take away half of your life before dragging you back. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the purple-robed disciple from the Ancient Wind Mansion. In the face of Chunzong's crescent moon-like pitch-black sword light, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. With a wave of his sleeve, there seemed to be a rumbling sound surging out. An invisible power, like a turbulent sea, surged from all directions into his sleeve. Immediately after, a palm shot out from within. A glowing palm print instantly struck out, causing the void to tremble as if it was about to shatter. As soon as they came into contact, The pitch-black sword radiance was destroyed as easily as breaking rotten wood. The palm rapidly enlarged in front of Chun Zong's eyes, as if it covered half of the sky and filled the whole world. A touch of darkness then descended. The terrifying pressure directly bombarded Chun Zong's body. He only felt an oppressive force coming from all directions, as if it was the power of heaven and earth. What a powerful martial art! Chun Zong was secretly shocked. Spirit-level martial arts use the yuan qi of the world and a portion of the power of heaven and earth. When used, it was usually very powerful. However, when it reached the saint level, it would undergo a transformation and absorb the power of heaven and earth, causing its power to increase greatly. The Tianyuan sacred region was different from the outer regions. It was higher than the outer regions, so when a saint-level martial art was used here, it was even more shocking. Although Chun Zong had also undergone the Tianyuan baptism, he was not from the Tianyuan sacred region and had not fully adapted to it. The Tianyuan baptism had indeed caused some changes in Chun Zong's hair, but it was only the beginning. He would not be rejected by the rules of the Tianyuan sacred region. If he wanted to fully adapt and be able to use his full strength here, he would need some time to be able to be like the cultivators who were born and raised in the Tianyuan sacred region. That palm continued to expand, and the 5 fingers bent. It was as if the hand of the heavens was grabbing. The lines on every finger were incomparably clear. Every line released a shocking aura fluctuation. It was as if dragons and snakes were dancing and roaring in the 9 heavens. There was also a storm raging in the center of the palm. It swept out crazily and destroyed everything. This palm alone made Chun Zong feel desperate, as if there was no way to avoid or resist it. Even if he broke out the strength of a high-level half-saint, he would not be able to resist it. Chun Zong looked dignified and did not panic. Since he could not defeat his opponent with his own strength, he had to use his trump card. A blood-red light suddenly burst out from the back of his right hand, and the light emitted a shocking aura fluctuation. In the next moment, a wisp of blood-red light shot out like a sharp sword out of its sheath, tearing the sky apart and rolling up shocking waves. Its speed was as fast as flowing light, and it was indescribably shocking. Blood-dripping sword technique, blood-splashing sword. Chun Zong had only used this move once in the Fire ancient tomb in the Sky Pillar upper region, and it was very powerful. This was the second time he had used it. In an instant, Chun Zong had a deeper understanding of this move. The blood-red sword light was extremely sharp, and it contained a shocking aura. It seemed to tear the sky apart, and the sword pierced through. In an instant, the sharp blood-red sword light collided with the palm, and a shocking power burst out, directly destroying the storm in the palm. However, the palm was also very powerful. It pressed down like a mountain, and it crushed the sword light. Boom! The blood-red sword light shattered, and the palm fell. It seemed to crack the ground, causing it to tremble. Dust flew into the air, and cracks spread out like a spiderweb. At the same time, many lifelike figures flew into the distance. You want to escape from under my nose? The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple was enraged. As he waved his sleeves, his body seemed to be pushed by a storm, and he flew forward at a shocking speed. Like a gust of wind, he caused whistling sounds in the surroundings. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple was too fast. It was not something Chun Zong could compare to. Suddenly, blood-red light spread out like an ocean. It was as if a sea of blood had appeared out of nowhere, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. It was as if the entire sky had turned into a sea of blood. Then, the sea of blood pressed down from the sky, causing the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's expression to change drastically. In front of this terrifying aura, he actually felt small and insignificant for no reason. Good. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple was extremely excited. Originally, he only wanted to complete the mission. Firstly, he wanted to protect the ancient Wind Mansion's reputation, and secondly, he wanted to obtain a reward. He did not expect Chun Zong to have such a secret. The technique he had used just now was extraordinary. It was enough to allow the opponent to barely contend with him at the level of a half-step saint. The power of this move was especially astonishing. It even surprised him. If he succeeded and used his own strength to activate it, perhaps it would be even more powerful. Neither Chunzong nor the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple knew that a figure had been silently following behind them. It was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. However, as soon as there was an opportunity, it would immediately strike and kill them. No matter if it was killing Chunzong, the traitor of the Black Fiend, or killing the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple, it would be a great contribution. Not only would it allow him to become a silver fiend, but he would also obtain many benefits. People acted for their own interests. This was the law. Especially people from the dark forces like them, who prioritized their own interests. The sea of blood condensed in the sky, and it surged violently. It whistled and covered the entire sky, as if it was going to spread out endlessly. An extremely terrifying energy surged within, drowning everything, devouring everything, and shattering everything. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down from the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Endless sea of blood. There were a total of 3 moves in the blood-dripping sword technique sealed within the blood-dripping sword seal. The first move was blood-spurting sword, which focused on speed and astonishing speed. The second move was blood-bursting sword, which focused on strength and could instantly erupt with astonishing power. The third move was also the last and most powerful move. It perfectly combined the first and second moves, giving rise to even more profound changes and mysteries. It turned into an endless sea of blood that suppressed the void, which was why it was called Endless Sea of Blood. Even though the blood-dripping sword seal had landed on Chunzong's body, he still felt like he had to expend a lot of energy to use this move. More than half of his super spiritual energy had been directly sucked away. In other words, Chunzong could only use this move twice in a row. However, this move that sucked away more than half of his super spiritual energy was indeed extremely powerful. Under the pressure of the terrifying aura, the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's speed suddenly decreased. His face became slightly stern, and he knew that he had to take this seriously. The Black Fiend and Copper Fiend, who were secretly following from afar, were also secretly shocked. This traitor actually had such a move. It seemed like the Black Fiend had missed something during his inspection. However, it didn't matter. In the end, everything would belong to him. He would be the final winner. Right now, he would let the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple and the traitor fight to the death. It would be best if both of them were injured. At that time, he would be able to eliminate both of them and become the final winner. When he thought of this, Copper Fiend couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, he didn't lose his rationality and continued to secretly pursue. Great Gale Palm. Great Gale Rising Clouds. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's body came to a stop. He suddenly waved his wide sleeves, creating a violent storm that wreaked havoc. The strength of a First Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage expert was completely unleashed. As a purple-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion, his strength naturally couldn't be compared to an ordinary First Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage expert. When he unleashed his full strength, the power of his attack was even more shocking. The storm wreaked havoc in the heavens and earth. It was as if it had transformed into a stormy mountain, a stormy sea, and a stormy sea. It collided with the roaring sea of blood that was descending from the sky. In an instant, it was as if 2 seas and 2 mountains were crashing into each other. Terrifying energy rippled out in all directions. Explosions rang out continuously, shattering everything in their path. The terrifying energy wreaked havoc in a radius of several thousand meters. Everything within this radius would be destroyed. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated and pushed his movement skill to the limit. Chapter 1310. Where's the monthly ticket? Where's the reward? The bloody light and storm wreaked havoc in all directions. Everything within a radius of several thousand meters was affected. Rocks were torn apart and destroyed. A terrifying force bombarded Chun Zong's back, destroying all the defensive energy he had gathered. It was as if his back had been shattered. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat. Chun Zong forced himself to swallow the mouthful of blood. Even though it would worsen his injuries, if he spat out this mouthful of blood, his aura would be greatly reduced, which would affect his ability to escape. Despite the searing pain on his back, Chun Zong still stubbornly relied on this powerful force to propel himself forward, causing his speed to increase by several times. His entire body was like a fiery meteor as he streaked across the sky, heading towards the mountain forest. Helpless, he could only enter Green Cloud Mountain again. His opponent was too strong. There was no way he could fight back. He could only rely on the terrain of Green Cloud Mountain to get rid of his opponent. As he flew forward, Chun Zong took out some pills and swallowed them. These pills naturally came from the Fifth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse from the Black Fiend branch. There were pills to heal injuries and pills to restore strength. The power of the elixir quickly spread throughout Chun Zong's body. The power of the healing elixir flowed towards Chun Zong's back. His burning back felt a trace of coolness as it was gradually healed. At the same time, the power recovery elixir turned into pure energy and poured into Chun Zong's spirit wheels, replenishing the super spiritual energy he had consumed. The collision between the endless blood sea and the tempest palm was extremely intense. It lasted for several dozen breaths before it calmed down. The ancient wind mansion's purple-robed disciple turned into a gust of wind and charged through the chaotic energy. It was as if he had broken through the clouds as he madly chased after Chun Zong. Chun Zong's speed was very fast, but the collision just now had given Chun Zong a chance to escape. However, the distance between them was shrinking. One more time. Endless blood sea. Chun Zong activated the blood-dripping sword seal for the third time. At this time, he no longer cared about the energy consumption of the blood-dripping sword seal. In the end, this trump card was to allow him to survive in the face of adversity. It would be a waste to use it during normal times, but it would be foolish not to use it during crucial moments. The waves of the blood sea surged violently in the sky, once again covering all directions. It was as if it had filled the entire world. An extremely shocking and terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The blood light extended endlessly, as if it wanted to swallow all life and drown everything. The violet-robed disciple's expression changed drastically. He had originally thought that his opponent would only be able to use an attack of that level once in a short period of time. He had never expected him to be able to use it a second time in such a short period of time. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the void, boundless and unending. Heaven and earth trembled. That extremely terrifying pressure came crashing down, as if wanting to shatter his body. This attack seemed to be even more shocking than before. The ancient wind mansion's purple-robed disciple's expression turned grave. He could only stop and gather his strength to attack again, using the great wind palm. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Zong continued to flee. Run, run, run. If he didn't escape, he might be killed. At this moment, he was already in a desperate situation. He had no other thoughts. He could only run. However, there was still an uneasy feeling lingering in his heart. This uneasiness came from the purple-robed disciples of the ancient wind manor. No, it wasn't. It came from something else. However, Chun Zong had no idea where it came from. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Chun Zong increased his speed to escape. The boundless sea of blood exploded as a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Once again, it bought Chun Zong a chance to escape. However, Chun Zong also knew that this was only temporary. His opponent would catch up to him sooner or later. Moreover, his opponent was a Saint Realm powerhouse who could fly. He could only enter Green Cloud Mountain and rely on its terrain to escape. Right now, he wasn't far from Green Cloud Mountain. As a huge mountain range that spanned across several mansions, Green Cloud Mountain was very prominent and clear. Purple Radiant City was also very close to Green Cloud Mountain. This was also the reason why Chunzong directly entered Purple Radiant City to rest after leaving Green Cloud Mountain. The power of the elixir continued to dissipate. Chunzong ran away while operating the Great Abyssal Cloud Shattering Technique with all his might. The 9 spirit wheels operated beyond their limits. They were like 9 incomparably huge millstones that crushed and absorbed everything. Pressure, burden, desperation, everything was exploding, transforming into an invisible force that crazily attacked. The originally loosened bottleneck was also broken at this moment. The circulation route of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Technique suddenly changed, becoming even more complicated. Waves of rumbling sounds came from Chunzong's body, like the rumbling of winter thunder and the rolling of lightning. The 9 spiritual wheels paused for a moment, then became even more tyrannical, as if they had been strengthened. Their revolving speed became even faster, and a new and even more powerful super-spiritual energy surged out from the 9 spiritual wheels, surging endlessly. It was very strong. At this moment, his super-spiritual energy had become purer and more powerful. This was the change brought about by the 8th stage of the Great Abyss Shattering Cloud Art. A trace of joy emerged. With a breakthrough in his secret art, his super-spiritual energy had become purer and his strength had increased. His originally fast speed had also increased. At this time, the faster he was, the more advantageous it would be for him. With a breakthrough in his secret art, the speed of refining pills had also increased greatly. The recovery of his super-spiritual energy had also become faster. Immediately, Chunzong used his 3rd move, the Endless Sea of Blood. With this move, the Endless Sea of Blood surged and its range expanded. The aura it emitted was even more astonishing. What's going on? The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple was extremely shocked. How could a mere half-saint be able to exceed his expectations time and time again? He had no choice but to stop and use his full strength to deal with it. Reaching the 3rd move, the Endless Sea of Blood consumed even more energy, which also gave Chunzong more time to escape. However, the uneasiness lingering in his heart still remained. While Chunzong was extremely vigilant, he also used all his speed to escape into the forest, directly flying towards the depths of the Ash Cloud Mountain. Faster, faster, faster. This was a life-threatening situation. Consuming pills, refining pills, absorbing pills to recover energy, he used the Endless Sea of Blood again. Activating the Blood Dripper Sword seal again and again consumed its energy. At the same time, Chunzong had a deeper understanding of the Blood Dripper Sword technique. However, this understanding was branded in his soul, and he did not have the time to study it properly. After a period of time, Chunzong used the Endless Sea of Blood again. After a few times, even Bronze Demon from the ancient Wind Black Fiend branch was shocked. An indescribable greed welled up in his heart. An impulse urged him to go up and kill Chunzong and take everything away. However, he remained calm. As a cultivator who walked in the dark, calmness was a must. Damn it! The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's face was extremely ugly. After taking the Endless Sea of Bloodhead on so many times, he had consumed a lot of his energy. He also consumed pills to recover his energy, but his recovery speed was not as fast. After all, he was recovering his saint energy. However, his opponent had already escaped into the Ash Cloud Mountain. As he went deeper and deeper, it increased the difficulty of his pursuit. The deeper he went into the Ash Cloud Mountain, the harder it was to pursue him. There was a possibility that his opponent would escape. As Chunzong ran at high speed, he paid attention to his surroundings. Gradually, he felt a sense of familiarity. That way, Chunzong immediately changed his direction. There was a high-rank demonic beast in that direction. Chunzong did not know how strong it was, But even the weakest high-ranked demonic beast had the strength of a first Heaven Saint rudiment stage demonic beast. If one wanted to live, they had to die first before they could live. Chunzong wantonly released his aura, creating a commotion that disturbed the high-ranked demonic beast in this territory. Roar! An extremely shocking roar suddenly rang out. It was as if the king of the mountain had been awakened. It was filled with anger, but it also contained a shocking warning. It was a warning to intruders. To demonic beasts, trespassing into their territory was trespassing. This roar was a warning. If they did not leave, they would be killed. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he knew this was a warning from the demonic beast. However, his goal was to fight to live. He continued to charge deeper into the demonic beast's territory. The demonic beast was enraged. With a terrifying aura, it rushed over like a violent storm. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple and the Black Fiend's men who were tailing them were shocked. A mere half-step Saint Realm cultivator trespassing into the territory of a high-ranked demonic beast was no different from seeking death. However, the two of them also understood that the other party was obviously planning to use the high-ranked demonic beast to block them so that he could escape. This method was extremely ruthless. If they were unlucky, they would be killed by the demonic beast. Since things had already developed to this point, they could not let this person go. Otherwise, if they let him enter the Ash Cloud Mountain, they would not know where to find him in the hundreds of thousands of kilometers of Ash Cloud Mountain. Even if a master at the peak of the Saint Realm wanted to find a single person in the vast Blue Cloud Mountain, it would not be an easy task. Inside Blue Cloud Mountain, there were many high-level monster beasts, terrifying monster beasts that could compete with masters at the peak of the Saint Realm. Chase. Even if they had to pay a price, they had to catch up to him. The Black Fiend's Copper Fiend hesitated for a moment before he decided to follow as well. Firstly, it was because of the reward for completing the mission. Secondly, it seemed like the traitor Chunzong had a lot of secrets on him. Even he was tempted. The black wind swept over and the mountain forest surged. The sound of crashing waves was like rolling waves. A monstrous, murderous aura surged like a tsunami. A huge figure covered in black light charged at Chunzong like a bolt of lightning. It made him feel suffocated. It was a ferocious tiger that was completely black. Its 10-meter-long body was huge, and the aura it exuded was extremely shocking. Chunzong paused. The black tiger demonic beast's eyes glowed with a faint scarlet luster as it stared at him. It seemed like the slightest movement would cause the other party to attack him crazily. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong calmed himself down. He could also feel that the person chasing after him was closing in on him. Soon after, Chunzong made his move again. Endless blood sea. The blood-red light filled the air and turned into a surging sea of blood that bombarded the black tiger demonic beast. The black tiger demonic beast was instantly enraged. A mere insect dared to take the initiative to attack it. It was simply courting death. The tiger demonic beast opened its mouth and shot out a mass of black light, bursting with an extremely shocking power. Chunzong took the opportunity to quickly fly to the side as fast as he could. A terrifying aura exploded in all directions, shattering the mountain rocks and turning the grass and trees into powder. Just as the black tiger demonic beast was about to chase after Chunzong, it noticed that another human was rapidly approaching. The aura of this human was much stronger than the previous one. Anger. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.